Moo, what are you looking at? Hello! How's everyone doing? Can everyone hear me okay? Okay. Good, good. Hi, everybody. Sorry, my cat's super distracting. She's like hunting something, and I'm like, what's going on? I figured we'd give it a little bit for everyone to log on. Although I imagine we're probably not going to have a lot of people this time around because it's, 1 o'clock on a Saturday. Good. Are you all enjoying your weekend so far? Hi, Senna. Oh, 10 a.m. Oh, man. Well, thank you for being here at 10 a.m. I woke up at 10 a.m. Oh, good. I'm glad they're working. Oh, technology, man. Oh, it's midnight? Oh, no, midnight. Midnight would be 12 a.m. I'm an idiot. 12 p.m. noon. I am enjoying my weekend. After this, I get to hang out with my friend all weekend, so I'm excited about that. Oh, good. I'm glad you had a good Friday to start off. It's always nice to, start off the weekend on the right foot. Okay. All right. I figure we can get this party started. So, we are talking about ethics and values within the Hellenic religion. Obviously, it's going to look different for everybody. I feel like I have a glare. It's going to look different for everybody because we all have our own values and rules we like to follow, our own morals. Although there are ones that are pretty universal, like, don't be a dick. Don't kill anybody. Don't steal. Don't, try to be a good person. But the Hellenic religion actually has a lot of its own built into it, which is pretty cool. And I kind of wanted to go over those with you all. Not all of them, because as we'll learn with the Delphic maxims, there's a crap ton that we can. We'll be here forever going through all of it. So, oh, thank you, Senna. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Oh, yes. Don't cross Hera. Yes. There's definitely a lot of ethics within mythology that I feel like some of it is in the written down rules and everything, but I think some of it is just goes without saying. Like, yeah, don't piss off Hera. You don't want to do that. Okay, so I figured we'll start with the Delphic maxims because those are pretty intense and there's a lot of them, but I also think they are very helpful and they're very cool. I kind of, doing research for this, really looked at them because I knew about them beforehand, but I actually decided, let me actually look through them all. And there's a lot of stuff that I was like, huh, I could apply that to my life. This is really, the Greeks kind of had a good idea on how to live a virtuous life in some ways. Some of them are a little outdated, and we'll talk about kind of reinterpreting them and all that. But so in case you don't know what the Delphic maxims are, they are 147, yes, 147, basically like rules to live a virtuous life. They were said to have been given to the Pythia, which is the Oracle of Delphi, from Apollo himself. So, that's a pretty big deal. And it makes sense they're from Apollo, because all I was thinking about was how the Delphic maxims kind of get compared to the 10 Commandments. But of course, the big difference is that there's 147 versus 10, which it's Apollo, he's extra. So of course he's going to have like that many rules that we all have to obey. So some of them make a lot of sense, like the idea of following the gods, worship the gods, obey the law. The most famous one, which I really like, is the know yourself, or it's know thyself, but know yourself. It's actually it is inscribed on the Temple of Delphi, and I think there's a lot of ways to go about interpreting that. I kind of think of it as, obviously, know who you are, get to know yourself, know how you operate, how you work, what your passions are, what you love, know your personality, things like that. But also know your place in the world, in terms of, remember that you are mortal and then the gods are above you. Always remember that place. And as well as know who you are, so that you don't pretend to be something that you're not. One of the things that just seems to always pop up a lot within values of ancient Greeks is really about not being deceptive, and that's kind of, for me, I've noticed that a lot with my interaction with the gods, is they're really about being honest and genuine and true. So that really, the idea of know yourself, is to also say, know yourself enough so that you're not pretending to be something that you're not. So you're not being dishonest and things like that. They have a lot of other ones, like control yourself, help your friends, control anger, do not use an oath. We were having a whole conversation on Tumblr about oathing and how that's serious business. But a lot of the big issue with the Delphic maxims is that some of them are a little outdated, at least for us. Like, there's the rule your wife, the ever famous rule your wife, and also like intend to marry. And I actually, upon doing research for all of this, came across a ask on Tumblr by Sister of Iris, who's amazing, by the way. Definitely, if you're on Tumblr, check out Sister of Iris. She's got great information, specifically from like a reconstructionist point of view. So it's a lot of like traditional stuff that the ancient Greeks actually believed in and did. So she's great. But she was talking about reinterpreting some of the Delphic maxims, and I really agreed with what she said. It really resonated, where she first said, you have to first figure out how you view the Delphic maxims. Do you see them as just these rules that the ancient Greeks themselves came up with based on their beliefs, their culture, what they value, what they think is important? Or do you really believe that these were passed down from Apollo himself? Because depending on which one you believe is going to really kind of dictate how you're going to go about reinterpreting them. Because if it's the first one, you have a lot of space to just kind of pick and choose what you want to follow. You know, you can really kind of be a little more loose with your interpretations of them and all that, because you're not seeing them as divine. They're not passed down from a god. If you believe that these are Apollo's rules, then you're going to have to tread more lightly, because we all know it's Apollo. He wants to be listened to, and he doesn't want to be misunderstood. So you're going to have to tread a little more lightly with it. But the way she recommended going about it was to first kind of understand where in Greek culture they fit in. So, like, for example, with like the intent to marry, she was talking about that it's not about love or like that kind of romantic relationship. Like for ancient Greece, marriage was just kind of something you did. It was about, starting a family. It was about entering adulthood. It was about having a household. So she was talking about interpreting that more as about embracing adulthood, however way that is, like maybe it's living on your own or having your own income or being able to, financially support yourself, be independent. Like it's embracing adulthood, which I thought that was a really, like an interesting way to go about doing it. And then I think she had one for the rule your wife as more about like it's more about partnership and things like that. Not like, obviously you're not going to rule them, but be a little more like, I can't remember what it was, but it was about partnership and everything. But I kind of like the idea of first understanding where in ancient Greek culture they come from, like what the point of that rule was, and then kind of adapting it more to the way we operate today. So yeah, I honestly, upon looking through them, I actually think they're a really great kind of way to figure out what it is that you like, what your ethics and values are within yourself and also within the religion. I definitely think all of us, regardless of whether we are Reconstructionists or Revivalists or somewhere in between, should take a look at them, because I think I've been really inspired. Like, maybe there are, more things that I could be focused on, and I could use my religion to help me live a life that's more aligned with my own values and morals and all that. Because I kind of liked it that it was a lot of things were not just about, because I don't know about you, but when I think about ethics and morals and values with religion, I think it's my first thought is always the idea of how you as a person treat other people and the world. It's always like an outside thing. So like it's a very Christian concept of like, be charitable, be giving, be loving, be hospitable. And like, it's always about you and other people, you and the world. It's doing good. And that's what defines you as a good moral person. And that's always what I thought of. And I always felt like I never needed religion for that. I just want to be a good person and want to be kind to people. That's just how I naturally am. And how, like, I've always been that way since I was a kid. Like, I always had that idea of if I have something and someone else doesn't, the right thing to do is to share. Like, I remember being a kid and, like, literally I always shared my snacks and my lunch with everybody around me, because it was like, I was very privileged growing up. My father had a really good job, and we had, like, name brand, Cheetos and Oreos and Lunchables. Like I had all of that, and I would always share. It just was in me. Like, you don't just sit there, you just don't sit there while someone doesn't have anything, while I have like all these snacks and more snacks at home, that it doesn't affect me, So it was like, for me, I never needed religion for that. So I kind of, getting into Greek religion, I just was like, I never really focused on the ethics and values part of it, because I was like, I don't need my religion to teach me to be a good person, because I mean, I already have been my entire life striving for that, you know, to do good and to help people. That's just always been me. But then I kind of realized, especially looking more at the Delphic maxims, and then even we'll talk about the pillars of Hellenism, is that it's more than just outside of you, it's inside of you also, how you are like a virtuous person, you know, like the idea of seeking knowledge and getting seeking wisdom and being grateful for what you have. And you know, I think there was one on here that was like benefit yourself. I was like, oh cool. You know, also it was like trying to think what else, but there was a lot of ones that are just like pursue harmony, you know, do not tire of learning. It's like all these different things that are teach a youngster, you know, like respect yourself. That's on there. You know, it's more than just how you treat other people. It's also really how you treat yourself. That, and I think especially for people who naturally do good and who naturally, you know, already want to help people, the idea of taking care of themselves is actually usually where they fall short. I know I'm like that. My mother's like that. A lot of my friends are like that. Like we'll help anybody. But when it comes to ourselves, we're like, what? No, I don't got time for that. So I kind of really love that there's a focus on not just doing good in the world, but doing good for yourself. And I think that's important. So I definitely recommend everybody checking out the Delphic Maxims and just looking and seeing maybe there are certain rules that you can start applying to your life and work with the gods in order to bring more in, not just for the benefit of others, but for the benefit of you. Yeah, I think that's all I have to say about the Delphic Maxims. Yeah, I printed them out because I want to put them in my either my binder or my actual devotional journal to really, I feel like I want to get real like Bible study on them and sit there and like go through each one and be like, oh, what do I think this means? I'm like way too excited about it. I'm gonna move this. There we go. Okay, it's better. But yeah, it's really cool. And I think what's nice about it too is I think it also helps get a better idea of the religion and see like what is, and also like Greek society, you know, like ancient Greek society. You kind of get an idea of what their values were. And so it's a great place also to start. Like if you're just learning about ancient Greece and how it all operates and what they believed in and, you know, what they did and what their culture was, this is a great place to start because it just 147 values. And it works because honestly, like a lot of these also sound, knowing Apollo, these sound like a lot of the things that Apollo would want us to follow. Because my experience with him, it is very much about not just what you can do for the world and for others, but what you can do for you. It's really, for him, it's very much about, and we're going to talk about this, but living up to your own potential. Like we have our own potential, and the gods very much, especially Apollo, Apollo wants us to live up to that because he knows we can. And I think a lot of these are designed in order to help us live up to our potential and to achieve true happiness and being satisfied and content in our lives. which I think is ultimately what we all want, right? At the end of, at the end of the day, what we want is for when it's time for us to, see Hermes and cross that river Styx and say hi to Cerberus and go to the underworld, that we want to feel like we made the most of the time that we had on Earth. And for all of us, like, what that entails is going to be different, which is why I said, like, ethics and values all, like, ultimately are going to be different, because we kind of each have our own like desires and on things that we want to achieve, and also our own struggles, because it's like certain things may come easy for you. Like, you may be really great at applying boundaries and doing and practicing self-care, or do really like being able to balance helping people and helping yourself. You may be good at that, so you don't really need to focus so much on it, while for others that's really what they have to focus in on. So that might be a little more within the values, you know what I mean? So yeah, I think I really, yeah, they're great, and I think everyone should check them out. All you have to do is Google it. A lot will come up. Oh, that's another thing. Definitely check out different sources of them, because different people translate them differently. So you may look at in one way and be like, the hell is this even saying? Like, what does this mean? But then you may look at a different source and like they may have translated it where you can understand it easier. So definitely just kind of don't go by just one source, like dance around all the different, because there's a bunch of them. They're like on Wikipedia. I think like HellenicFaith.org or something has them. But yeah, just look at different ones, because sometimes they are a little hard to understand, because you're like, what does that even mean? But some of it is you're going to have to sit there and figure it out. What does it mean? And also that's why we have community. So we can talk to each other and be like, what do you think this means? Oh, I think it, and we can have a whole discussion about it. We can even do one day do a live stream just on the Delphic maxims. That would be pretty cool. Okay. Enough of Apollo's rules. Let's move on to the pillar of Hellenism. The pillars of Hellenism. Now, the pillars, they're not anything like official like the Delphic maxims are. Like, you're not going to go in an ancient sort, whatever, and see these are the pillars. They kind of were created based on sources of what the Greeks kind of have said are kind of the pillars, but they didn't use that. And so everyone's going to have different ones. I think a lot of it also comes from what I understood. Timothy J. Alexander, I think he does, he writes a lot of books on Hellenism. So I think he kind of created like the 7 pillars or whatever, but ultimately they are within the ancient Greek tradition. It's just not something that's as official as like the Delphic maxims, where it's like, these are the Delphic maxims. And this is, like, I don't think no one has said that like the gods passed this down. I think this is mainly very like an ancient Greek kind of idea and belief. But okay, I'm not going to say the Greek words, because I have too much respect for everybody, the gods, the ancient Greek language, and for my own dignity. I'm still learning ancient Greek and trying to, pronunciation has always been hard for me regardless, but you can look it up if you Google pillars of, Hellenic religion or Hellenism, like you'll see the actual ancient Greek words, but I'll just go over what they mean, because that's really the most important part anyway. Also, everybody kind of, in this one, people do kind of pick and choose which ones. You don't necessarily follow all of them. because I've saw upon my research, like I saw a lot of people being like, okay, these are the pillars, but these are the ones that I follow. These are the ones that I believe in. So within these, you can pick and choose which ones, if any of them, you want to apply to your beliefs and your religion. So we have live to one's full potential, reverence and duty towards the gods, maintaining spiritual and ritual purity, pursuit of truth, wisdom, and understanding, self-control, generosity, hospitality, and courtesy, act of giving to the gods to build a relationship, and the observance of ancient religious tradition, laws, and customs. So that's like, again, where I kind of like the mixture of for stuff that you do for the gods, stuff that you do for others, and stuff that you do for self. I kind of really enjoy that mixture of it. Hold on. Too much talking. Yeah, I like the mixture of it. Like, I really like the live to one's full potential. Because I know, like, for me right now, that's where I am in my life, where I really want, like, I know I have a lot of potential. The gods tell me I have a lot of potential, and it's just kind of like trying to do what I can to live that truth, live up to that potential. And of course, there's the reverence and duty towards the gods. That kind of, I feel like, goes without saying. I mean, what else are we doing here if it's not for the gods? I'd also love the idea of pursuit of truth, wisdom, and understanding. I do really enjoy with the Hellenic religion this focus on wisdom and knowledge, that it's really about learning and continue to learn, and like you always have more to learn, and that knowledge really has so much power in it. And I love that there's such a focus on that, because I feel like in a lot of, well, no, I'm not going to say a lot. I'll just say Christianity, from my perspective of it, at least, it's always kind of felt more like, don't learn, or just focus on what we're going to teach you or what's in the Bible, while I kind of like, I've always been someone that values knowledge. I love learning. It's one of my favorite things. It's kind of, I think, part of why I love this religion so much, is because it allows me to be that historian that I always dreamed of being, where I'm just like sitting there looking through all these documents and learning and finding out things. And I love that. And I love that my religion encourages me to continue that throughout my entire life. Like, don't ever stop. I think that's fantastic. Self-control. I mean, I feel like that goes without saying too. That we all could use. I know I could use more self-control as I'm looking at all of the Halloween stuff I bought. I think the maintaining of spiritual and ritual purity. I think that's something that's going to be debated. I mean, I think how we go about doing it and what that means and entails is going to be different for everyone. If anyone knows me, they know that I'm not a big believer in the concept of miasma. Not that I don't think, like, I just practice basic hygiene when I talk to the gods. Like, I do wash my face, I wash my hands. Most of the times when I know I'm going to be doing a ritual, I like to actually take a shower beforehand and then go to my altar. Like, I never go to my altar unless I'm clean or I feel clean. So in some breath, maybe I am practicing it without wanting to label as that. It's a possibility. But the concept of miasma, just for me, feels like, to me, it just feels more of like a very ancient Greek belief that, of course, like, humans would have gunk on them that would offend the gods. Like, to me, that just feels so like what the ancient Greeks would believe in, like, and I just don't like the idea of feeling like something that I can't control is going to offend the gods. And I feel like that kind of thinking for some people could be a little damaging, because with all of the asks and everything I get on Tumblr, a lot of people already struggle so much with feeling inferior and feeling not worthy and feeling anxious and scared and this and that over approaching the gods, that you add, oh, by the way, you're dirty and the gods are mad about it. I mean, it's a very simplistic way of but like, it just feels a little like that's just going to add a lot of I feel like more anxiety to it. Romy says, I've seen miasma described as sort of distraction. If you have something in your mind or body that is going to distract you from worshiping, then that's miasma. I like that definition too, actually. I think that's a problem too, is like miasma gets defined so many different ways that it's kind of like hard to keep track of, well, what is it? What does it entail? So, but I do really like that definition a lot. But for me, I just kind of decide, I do my whole, like, I do make sure I'm clean and I am and I guess in the right headspace and try not to be distracted. So I guess maybe I am practicing what I do makes it actually, no, you are, as much as you want to say you're not, you are actually, getting rid of miasma. It's there and you're getting rid of it. I don't know. But that's just how I go about it, because it's just, the idea that, I think it bothers me, the idea of believing that just because, like, I'm human, that the gods are going to be offended by it. I think that part is what gets to me. It just doesn't sit well with me. So I guess, but again, I do still practice kind of in ways purifying myself before I go to the altar. I still think maybe there should be some kind of something that you do to kind of make yourself feel like, okay, I'm ready to step into this sacred space and to approach the gods. So in some way, like, the maintaining spiritual and ritual purity is still something I do in a way believe in. I guess I just don't believe in it in the full sense of how Reconstructionists would go about it. Because I don't do like the Kernips and anything. I don't do that. I just use, like I said, basic hygiene. I don't really have like a ritual purification of it. Although I guess technically showering can be like a ritual purification if you make it so. I guess I'm saying I just don't use Kernips. Okay. So generosity, hospitality, and courtesy. I mean, that goes with kind of without saying too. It's the idea of just, be nice to people, give to people. The act of giving to the gods to build a relationship. Now this is Charis, or I think you don't pronounce the K. I don't know. Charis or whatever, or it's Charis. I'm butchering it. That's the little bit of ancient Greek you're gonna get from me for this live stream. I kind of saw this defined differently, and depending on who was defining it. But I kind of liked the act of giving to the gods in order to build a relationship, because in one breath I saw people talk about like giving to the gods in order to receive something. Then other people were like, no, you're giving to the gods, not thinking about, like, not with no expectations of getting anything, but then you might, because you're putting in, you're in good favor. So I kind of defined it as active giving to the gods to build a relationship. And I think ultimately that's what it is. It's, you are making offerings, you're doing things in honor of the gods, you're doing devotional acts and everything, essentially to build a relationship and make a connection. You may be asking for something, you may have one down the line asked for something, but ultimately it's all about building like a good repertoire. It's about making that relationship and that connection and all that, which again, that kind of is, I feel like, isn't that the basis of our religion? That's why, like, mainly what we're all here for is to have a relationship with the gods. I feel like that's kind of almost the foundation of it all. And then we have the observance of ancient religious tradition, laws, and customs. I guess that would be more if you're a Reconstructionist, not so much if you are a revivalist. But I don't know. But again, like I said before, with these you can kind of pick and choose what it is that you want to apply, what you don't, and things like that. But a lot of it also seems to line up with the Delphic maxims and everything. So you could probably just go through those again, because there's 147 of them. Ugh. All right. So I'm kind of thinking, I'm like, should I keep? Because I do have more. Yeah, I guess I'll keep going, and then we'll talk about everything. Because we're going to talk about my favorite word in the whole world. Hubris! Yay! Oh, I love this word so much. Sarcasm. I literally have a little angry face next to it in my notes. Obviously, when we're talking about ethics and values, we have to talk about hubris. That's just because hubris is ultimately, like, if we wanted to talk about sins within the Hellenic religion, which we don't really have, sins is a very, Christian Catholic concept. But hubris would be our big no. Hubris is the thing that you do not want to do. And part of why you follow certain rules is to not commit hubris, right? So hubris, for those who don't know, hubris is basically like the excessive pride and arrogance, especially towards the gods. Hubris is found all throughout mythology. One can argue that mythology is just story after story, just saying over and over again, don't commit hubris. Don't do it. That's basically. So, like, anytime anyone said that anyone was more beautiful than Aphrodite, that's hubris. Anytime, like when Arachne was like, I can weave better than Athena, that's hubris. Agamemnon doing what he did with Apollo to, took the priest's daughter and then wouldn't give her back. That's hubris. So you do not want to, I think it's again going back to the know thyself, know your place, know that the gods are up here, you're down here. If you remember that, you'll be okay. My whole thing with the word hubris, and we've talked about this many times, and I'm going to keep talking about it, is people today use it wrong. Hubris is not just something that you don't agree with. That's not hubris. It's something that has to be, I think it's something that really has to come from a place of, well, people do also say ignorance, that it can come from a place of ignorance, but ignorance in a sense of also not wanting to learn better. Because again, going back to the values, knowledge and learning and seeking truth and all that is part of our values and everything. So if you decide to stay ignorant, that's considered you're not living up to the ethics and the values that were put in place by the gods, Apollo. So I think there's a lot of debate on what is considered hubris, but I do think most people seem to think that it really is, well, I don't agree what you're doing, so what you're doing is hubris. I think I do think that depending on how you've built your worship, what hubris means can definitely change. You know, like I don't necessarily think that it always has such a strict definition for all of us. I think because ultimately reconstructionists are going to have a very different definition of hubris and what hubris entails than revivalists. You know what I mean? And I think that that's okay. But I think we need to keep that in mind when we're interacting with each other. You know what I mean? Like, because reconstructionists are going to go about things very by the book, you know, very much how the ancient Greeks did everything. So how they maneuver within their religion, how they interact with the gods and all that is going to, I think it's very different than what revivalists do. So I can definitely see reconstructionists looking at some of the things that revivalists do as like, whoa, I would never, which is completely fine. I just don't like the idea of immediately being like, well, what you're doing, that's hubris. It's like, no, to you, if you did it, yes, it would be hubris, but it doesn't automatically mean that I'm doing it and that it's hubris. You know what I mean? It's kind of like the way you word things. I used to get made fun of all the time in my family because I'd always be like, it's not what you said, it's how you said it. Because it does matter. You know, like if you say, well, if I did this, if I did that, it would be hubris, as opposed to, well, that's hubris. You know, there's a difference. And I think that's something we need to keep in mind with this word, because it's just, to me, the problem is we don't have, within our religion, we don't have sacred texts. We don't really have a lot of stuff that is to say, this is what the gods want, this is what they demand, this is what, other than really, I mean, the Delphic maxims, yes, but other than that, we really don't have it. We don't have a Bible that's supposed to be, you know, written, or, you know, that's from the gods themselves. We don't have that. So it's like everything is up for debate, you know, like especially when you know the history. And that's been my issue, is I think some people may think that revivalists go about doing things either A, because they don't want to learn the history, they don't want to learn the customs, they don't want to take the time to do the research and everything, you know, they don't want to, or B, they just don't. When for me, I'm actually a revivalist because I did the research. And for the longest time, I studied ancient Greece from a historian point of view as opposed to a religious point of view. And so for me, I see a lot of things as being like, this is the ancient Greeks interpreting things. This is the ancient Greeks. This just makes so perfect sense within their society and how they would choose to do things. Like, it's not necessarily the gods being like, this is what you need to do. I feel like some things are very much just the Greeks thinking that this is what they want us to do. You know what I mean? Because it makes sense too when you think about the history. A lot of the gods are not, they come from other places. I do believe in the idea that, because it's hard when you have the history and the evidence right there. I really do believe that these gods, a lot of them have been around. They just were worshipped under different names and in different ways, you know, and by different cultures, because it's just been proven that it looks like a lot of, you know, the Greeks took a lot of the concepts of other gods and just changed the names and changed some things around that made sense to them. They've been doing that the whole time. You know, a lot of things where you just see like things morph, even their own gods, things would just morph together. And then the Romans came and did the same thing. They took the Greek gods and gave them all different names, except for Apollo. And, you know, so it's kind of like, and they worship them differently. You know, like everybody did things differently for what is probably the same God. So why can't I do that? You know, maybe that's a little, I don't know, maybe that's a little too much. I don't know, but that's just how I feel about it. And that's not to knock anybody's worship. I have no problem with anyone deciding to worship very much like the Reconstructionists, wanting to do things the way the ancient Greeks did them, because that has meaning that feels right. I'm all for that. I have so much respect and love for Reconstructionists. I think they're extremely important within our religion. I call them actually the curators, because they're the ones that are really, that put out all of the information, that make it available for the rest of us to enjoy and look at and everything. And they're the ones that are upholding tradition, which I think is very important. So this isn't knocking anyone. I think everyone should be free to worship the gods however they see fit. My whole argument is just that hubris in itself is not as clearly defined as everyone wants to make it out to be. Especially because we're all kind of coming at it, we're all coming at worship from different point of views, you know? So how we go about defining it and what we see as hubris is going to be different. I think also, I think in some way, saying that something is hubris, in some way, it's going to sound, it's kind of sometimes is hubris enough to say something is hubris, because you're ultimately saying you know better than the gods, or you can speak for the gods, or you can, you know, or that the gods can't take care of themselves. It's like, if I'm committing hubris, trust me, the gods are going to let me know. Like, they have no problems letting you know when you fucked up. And I know that because I fucked up, and Apollo's had no problem slapping me across the face, like, do better, bitch. Like, I've had it happen to me, so I don't need some stranger who has no idea telling me, oh, well, you're offending the gods. It's like, no, I'm not. Trust me, I know, because there's no screaming in my ear. You know, like, I don't, or I have like a gaze, like that hard gaze in the back of you where you're like, oh, damn, I'm about to hear it. Like, they're gods. They can stand up for themselves, you know? So I think I think there is a strict definition of hubris. There are things that is just obvious, you know, like, just don't act like you're better than the gods. Don't say that anyone else is better than the gods, you know, always be humble in their presence and everything. But other than that, it's how you define hubris is going to be between you and the gods, which is everything. It's you and the gods. That's really what it comes down to. Okay. That's my rant on hubris. I hope you enjoyed it. So there's one more thing I wanted to talk about, which kind of connects with everything. I just saw it kind of come up within my research, and I really wanted to have, like, throw it out there to have a discussion on it. Is the idea of fearing the gods, because that came up a lot, especially when we look at why we follow certain ethics and values, you know, why we don't commit hubris, all these things, and the idea of having a healthy fear of the gods and all that. And while I understand that, because I was reading, I think it was on Bearing the Aegis. I'm probably pronouncing. See, there's your other me messing up everything. Which that's another great website. Fantastic, great information. But I saw like a whole conversation about how some people, specifically, it's going to go back to the idea of like neo-pagans, how neo-pagans tend to look at the gods as like all love and light. You know, they're all love and light, and the gods would never hurt me because they're they're all loving gods. And then there's also the idea that more so that the gods are like how they are in the myths, because there was a lot of talk of, oh, have these people never read mythology and seen the stuff that they've done to people and all that. But I was kind of like, I felt like almost both of those kind of made me think of like looking at the gods, either how kind of like there's the two, like God from Christianity, how you have like the Old Testament, who's all like revenge and just like not at all like soft and cuddly and warm, and he's like, you know, smiting everybody. And then you have the New Testament God, who's like, I love everybody, I'm all loving and everything's wonderful and I would never hurt anybody and da 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 da, you know. And I kind of feel like that, looking at the gods from either of those point of views is it takes away their complexity, which I think that the gods are loving, but I don't think they're going to always be that way. Like, it's not like they're not going to punish anybody who they feel deserves it. But at the same time, for me personally, again, this is all going to be so personal, but for me personally, I don't like doing anything out of fear. I don't like that. That is not how I want to go about worshiping, but that's just me. I have seen people who are happy with having a worship that's very kind of, in my point of view, it's detached. But like, it seems like the gods don't really take the way they say it, the gods don't really take much of an interest in their lives. It's really just kind of like, hey, here's your offering, and okay, cool, and then go about your business. Like, you're doing it just because, and that's how some people want to go about it, and that's fine. I can't do that. That just, to me, I'm like, I'm my whole birth chart is full of water. I am an emotional person that likes to, I have to be emotionally stimulated by everything. I have to make connections with people. Like, that's just me. And the idea of doing things without having that emotional connection, or doing things out of fear, that doesn't sit well with me. Like, I don't think fear is a good motivator at all. I think I like the idea more of doing things because they're right, but also because it's ultimately going to benefit you, and because you love the gods and you want to make them happy. It's kind of like why you do nice things for your loved ones. You know, you don't do them because you're afraid, unless, well, you have parents, a certain kind of parents that, but that's not good. You should do things because certain things you should do, not because you're afraid of getting punished or you're afraid of upsetting them. You should do them because you want to make them happy. You want to do nice things for them. At least that's how I think about it. Again, I shouldn't say should, because everyone is more than welcome to go about worship that is meaningful and profound to them. That just doesn't work for me. I feel like I have to do everything with love and feel like the gods love me back. If that's too fluffy, then I guess it's fluffy. But that's how I navigate my worship. I wouldn't say I don't have fear of the gods, but it's just not my motivator. I think that's the best way to put it. It's not my motivator. It's not why I do what I do. I don't think about being punished. I don't think about upsetting them. I think more about doing things to make them happy and doing things that are good for me, because that's how I feel like they are with things, that it's not just about them wanting something from me, it's also about them wanting me to do things for myself. At least that's my experience with them, especially, you know, with Aphrodite and Hermes and Apollo and Persephone, because those are the ones that I work with the most. A lot of things, it's really about them wanting, back to the values, them wanting me to live to my full potential. That's really what it's about. It's not about, and if they get upset at me, it really feels like just like a concerned loved one, you know, like, what are you doing? You said you were going to do this, or you said that, you know, that this was bothering you and you wanted to take care of it and you haven't yet. Or you know that if you don't go to bed on time, that you're going to wake up and you're going to feel awful. You're going to be depressed. You're going to be anxious. You're not going to get anything done. What are you doing? You know, like, that's kind of more, I don't worry so much about being like in like mythology, like having the plague brought down on me, or like flayed, or anything like that. It's more of like, you know, you don't want to disappoint them. I think that's really what it is. If there's any kind of fear, it's about disappointing them. But that's how I go about it. Like I said, like, I shouldn't say should or any of that, because everyone has to do what has meaning for them and what works for them and how they choose to interact with the gods. That's my firm belief. I don't ever want to step on anyone's toes on worship, because to me, it's always been important for people to have their own relationship with some kind of higher power. That was always my big issue with Catholicism and Christianity, is I felt like there wasn't place for, you know, the individual and God. It was always about these other people telling you what to do and all that, as opposed to helping you. Like, I feel like my role in what I do for the community as a self-proclaimed priestess is more not to tell you what to do. It's more about to show you the ways in which that you can find the answers from the gods yourself. You know what I mean? Because I think that's what I think is most important. I guess that's part of my ethics, is not to, those modern ethics, is not to step on anyone's toes or to judge anyone's worship or to tell people what they can and can't do, and instead just have like a regular discussion, like, well, this is what I do. This was what works for me. These are my experiences, and just have a conversation about that instead of it being so like hostile. Like, why has it got to be that way? All right. I think that is all I got for my notes on ethics and values, and we can look at what all of you guys are saying. Going back to the beginning. Yes, Apollo is the god of extra. They are Apollo's guidelines. The Delphic maxims really are Apollo's guidelines. And honestly, when you read them, you're like, yeah, these are definitely stuff that, this is definitely stuff that Apollo would say. Yes, the Greeks were very big with the hospitality. Why? I was saying it so fine now, and now I can't say it. Norms. Roman said, I always attributed good morals to respecting and following social norms. Well, it depends on what the social norms are, because sometimes social norms are not, some of them might not be good. I guess it depends. Yeah, if you're struggling with the sense of morality, ethics, and values, I definitely recommend starting with the Delphic maxims. They really, they really inspired me. Like I said, the idea of values and ethics, I really wasn't thinking too much about until really I started the live stream and people were talking about wanting to talk about that topic, and I was like, oh, maybe I should like research that more. That's an idea. And when I was just like, wow, this isn't what I think I was really expecting for a lot of it to be really outdated and to just be like, no, 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 and then it wouldn't apply to me. And I was really surprised when I was like, no, these can majority of these still are relevant today. Bible study, Hellenic Polytheist edition. Seriously. Ancient Greek is so hard to pronounce. It's you can learn the language. There's a lot of ways to look. Do I have it with me? No, I think I threw it over there. Oh no, it's actually right here. I have this monster. And there is a free course on YouTube done by Harvard, one of the big schools, or was it Yale? It's one of the, I forgot. That actually follows that book. And the Mango app, which sometimes you can get for free through libraries, actually has a section on ancient Greek, which really does help with pronunciation. But yeah, that's what I'm using right now. Yeah, see, Caitlin just said it too. Mango languages. But it's hard, but it's cool though. What's nice about learning it is that you can make it a devotional act, which I have it a devotional act to Hermes, considering he's like, you know, the god of languages and all that. And it's fun too because in some way you can just be like, go to your altar and be like, oh, look what I learned today, and start, you know, pronouncing all the words and everything. And it kind of helps you feel a little more like you're making progress and more excited to do it. Or I'm just, you know, I'm just a nerd like that. Yeah, I haven't incorporated any of the Agos. Let's see, guys having me pronounce too much. Agos Damon, Damien, Diamond. Oh my God. Yeah, basically, don't be a dick to the gods. That's really that's what it is. Yeah. um. Yes, mythology is different from who the actual gods are. Mythology is, and it's actually, I was even more doing research for the Apollo episode of my podcast, really kind of looking at his whole journey and everything, really kind of more cemented in my mind how much mythology is not about who the gods are, and it's about so many other things, because it really, when you look at Apollo, a lot of the mythology is, it changes depending on who's talking, where, like what location it's from, because a lot of it was about wanting to find a connection to, you know, the certain city state or certain family to Apollo, which is what a lot of mythology does. I think I might have gone over that in, I'm pretty sure I mentioned that point with Zeus too, because that was a big thing with Zeus too. It's about making those connections and creating like an origin story to make a certain land, a certain city state relevant and have a connection to a god. You know, that was a lot of, that's why when you read mythology, especially right from the ancient sources, location is so important. You know, like they always talk about where it was, because that was important to them. They wanted to be like, it's kind of like tourist spots, you know, you wanted to be like, this is the place that this god did this, you know, like you want to feel validated in that. So, and there's a lot of other reasons that mythology was made, and rarely was it ever because this is our actual experience with the gods and this is how they are. It really was like it's like exaggerations of things to, because it's entertaining, you know. We're still talking about the myths today, so they're entertaining, teaching certain messages, you know, obviously showcasing hubris in a very exaggerated form. A lot of other things that just have nothing to do with who the gods actually are. This is why I rarely ever like to point to mythology as a source of, you know, proving who the gods are and all that. If anything, I use it more as a source to show maybe how why the Greeks have certain associations, or see maybe certain things about the gods. Like usually that's how the mythology is, how we explain associations, like, you know, the laurel being sacred to Apollo because of the myth with Daphne and things like that. But as for like who the gods are actually and their personalities and how they behave and what they do and don't do, the mythology is really not a good source of that. I like that, Bonnie. Bonnie said, I feel like the gods should be sort of viewed in the same light as cats, not to offend them or anyone, but like they're nice and kind and they like being around you, but you shouldn't mess with them. Yeah. Yeah. As someone with a cat, yeah. I would agree with that. Because, you know, they are really nice and everything until you know, mess with them, and then you're going to get scratched. And you only have yourself to blame. Mm-hmm. Romy said, yeah, I feel like they do punish, but they punish kind of like loving parents, which is not to say they are soft. I just mean they don't do it out of rage, but in order for us to learn. Yeah, that's how I kind of see it as. And that's not to say that maybe they may not like have a little, it's hard because you want to say like flaws, but they're gods, so you can't say flaws. But, you know, like maybe in certain ways they may act out of jealousy, pettiness, or things like that. But it's not going to be anything like catastrophic. I feel like I really believe that they don't get as offended about things as everyone thinks they do. I think they are not as easily offended. I think they've been around so long. Like, just think about like old people. A lot of old people, they reach a certain point and they just don't fucking care. You know, they're just like, I don't fucking care anymore. I'm too old to care. I've been around for so long. So think about how the gods must feel. Like, I imagine them just being like, I just don't care. Why are you getting so why are you getting so anxious about this? It's not that big of a deal. Like, that's just how I feel about them. They just, like, what point, like, what's the purpose of being a god if you're gonna get so upset about every little thing that flawed creatures who worship you do? Because we are perfectly imperfect. That human beings are perfectly imperfect, so we are gonna fuck up. So getting mad about it just kind of seems like it's just what's the point of that? Oh, Caitlin, Aphrodite ruined your love life. Oh, I'm sorry. But yeah, like, that's why I don't like the whole, oh, the gods are all love and light. And I sometimes I worry that I may present them in that way with how I talk about them. So I kind of try to remind people, because sometimes I just forget that people don't know what I know. Like, people don't know what I know. So it's like I try to be wary of how I talk about them, because I think sometimes the way I do talk about them can make them seem a little like they're declawed or something, when it's not the case at all. They definitely have the power and can and will use it. Apollo is one that I've said a few times that I can see the cruelty in his eyes. Like, it's there, because Apollo, in my experience, is someone that he likes being a god. He knows he's a god, and he wants everybody else to know that. And the moment he senses that you have forgotten that, he's going to remind you. At least that's how I see it as. But, and when I say cruelty, I don't necessarily mean like, I feel like it's a little harsh, but there's something there that it's just like, he's wonderful, he is loving, he's supportive and everything, but it's like a reminder of just kind of like that he is a god, and he is capable of doing things. I don't want to say harm. I always feel bad, because I always feel like I feel like either I'm making them sound too fluffy, or I'm making them sound real mean. It's like, but it's like, it's both. It's, like, he will remind you if he must. That's what I'll say. Oh, Hermes punished you, Barry. Hermes punished you for consuming chthonic offering. Oh, that's interesting. This is why it's very important for people to operate within their own, and to communicate with the gods and figure out what it is that they want from us. Because for me, I never had that issue with Hermes. I don't have that issue with Persephone. I've never had a problem with consuming chthonic offerings. But I do believe that the gods hold each of us to different standards. Like, there are different things that they're going to want us to do, because it makes sense, because there are certain things that we struggle with. There are certain things that we can't do. There's certain things that we can but choose not to, even though we should. So they're like, no, you're going to do this. So I think it makes sense that they're going to want us to do different things, Hermes is the guide of souls, so he's actually both Oranic and Chthonic. But I think you don't really. Hermes is one of those that it's like, because he's both, I think it matters what aspect of him you're specifically working with. So if you're specifically working with the chthonic part of him, then you might want to follow the chthonic rules. But if you're just worshiping him, maybe that's why I've never had a problem. But If you're just worshiping like Hermes, then I don't really think there's that, because he is Oranic, so I don't think that's that big of a problem. I think it's specifically when you are working with the chthonic part of him. Oh, opinion on Apollon versus Apollo, or Athene versus Athena. From my understanding, it's Apollon and Athene are, that's the Greek, technically the Greek versions. And then, well, Athene, I think that's kind of what it turned into, because it's Minerva is the Roman, but Apollon is Greek, and then Apollo was what the Romans used. At least that's from my understanding. I could be wrong. Did my friend message me? Oh, my friend's messaging me. My friend says work is stupid. Oh, I hit the end. Yes, exactly. Okay, so you drew Hermes as a cat, Jamie? I want to see that. I'm sure Hermes would love that. Oh, wait, no, I scrolled down too far. Oh, Dag's here. Hi, Dag. Heart you. Oh. It's my friend, Rose Gold Tunic. Hello, love. I'm glad I'm not the only one Apollo stares at like that. What happened? My thing like went all the way up, and now I'm like, oh, here we go. Yeah, there's a lot of differences with how the Greek, how we like translate the Greek into using, like, I guess, Latin, our alphabet, because I know Hades is actually also spelled Haides as opposed to Hades. So there's like a lot of like differences. And then of course there's all the difference in that Greek uses K, not C. So a lot of things you'll see, like the actual Greek like transliteration of it will be with K's as opposed to C's. I'm learning. Yeah, Mary, I do it all the time where I'm just like, look what I learned. I love when I learn stuff about them, even not just like learning Greek, but if I learn something about them, I love to. Like when I've been learning so much about Apollo that I didn't really know, or at least like it was expanding a lot, and I was just like, wow, Apollo. I'm so excited for that podcast episode. I'm really hoping to get it out to you guys in the beginning of this coming week, because I want it over and done with before October starts, because October we're going to talk about everything the underworld, and I'm so excited about it. Let's see. Oh, Assassin's Creed Odyssey is good for learning pronunciation. Oh, okay. Well, now I have more of a reason to play it. I have it still sitting there, and I just haven't started it because I know once I start it, I'm not going to get anything done. Luna said, the mythology thing is so true. I see people say things like Athena is petty and jealous because of Arachne or Medusa, and like, no, And the Medusa story was literally about her protecting Medusa. Yeah, I think it's kind of like mythology are stories, you know? They really are just stories. So we are free to also like interpret them however way we wish. And I love the interpretation of the Medusa story being about Athena wanting to protect Medusa as opposed to punish her. I love that, you know? And I was going to say something and then I forgot about mythology. What was I going to say about mythology? I'll remember it. But yeah, I love like, oh yeah, that's what I was going to say. Especially because the idea that even there are so many different versions of mythology and the stories and everything, that it's just kind of like, how can we take these as fact when even the ancient Greeks were making new ones up all the time, and or adding and taking things out and redoing and putting different gods in because they wanted to, like, it's the problem really is, I think, is the way ancient Greek is taught in school. And I say this from my own perspective because I've had to go through this, where we're kind of taught it where it's there's only one version of these myths, you know, like you're really taught it like these are the myths and that's it. And you're taught like one version and you're made to believe that like that's all that there is. And that the Greeks believed these wholeheartedly, like this is it's their Bible kind of idea, when it's like that isn't the case at all. There's so many different mythologies, and they were used, as I said before, they were used in different ways that had nothing to do with explaining who the gods are and what they believed in terms of their gods. It was more about trying to explain certain things, trying to give validations to certain lands and certain families and entertainment. It was all other things that just really have nothing to do, really don't have much to do with the gods themselves. So, and yeah, there's so many different versions of them. And even with, I realized when I was writing the script for the Apollo episode, like even authors themselves can't keep things straight too. There's a lot of even contradictions within. So it's like, well, what is true? You know, who are you going to believe? Because there's just contradictions everywhere. There's, you know, like the big one that I came across was like Homer. In Homer's hymn to Apollo, he talks about how when Apollo was born, he basically declared his three main associations. He declared he wanted his lyre, he wanted his bow and arrow, and he said that basically he was going to be the god of prophecy, because he said he was going to speak the will of Zeus, kind of thing. And which is great, but then there's the hymn to Hermes that Homer wrote that was saying that Hermes invented the lyre. And by the way, he invented the lyre, and then he stole Apollo's cattle, and then he used the lyre basically to get out of it, because he played it, and Apollo was like, oh, it's so beautiful. And then that's how Apollo got the lyre, because Hermes gave it to him. So I'm like, Homer, which is it? Like, you know? And there's so much. And then you have Homer and Hesiod and all the other ones that they all contradict each other. So it's like, how do we take these as all fact if they all contradict one another, you know? So that's my whole... I could rant about mythology all the time. I feel like every live stream is just going to be like either me talking, like ranting about hubris, and then ranting about mythology. I actually really want to get into writing modern myths, and I really encourage other people to do it, because I think it's like why can't we write modern myths? Like, why can't we? What makes Homer better than me? Other than maybe he can write it better, but why can't I write some modern myths? I want to write ones based much more on the gods that I know and have more things in it, like less misogyny. That's a big one. And have more like women on women action. Like, where is Aphrodite showing her true pansexuality and hanging out with the ladies? Like, why is it always men? You know, like, I want more, and I want more I want more gay in there too. Like, where is, and honestly, no, just also more love, because all the mythology, that's another point, there's like hardly any love in, at least between the gods and the mortals they sleep with, because it's not about that. It's just about making demigods, you know, it's about making these important babies. And that's another reason, that's another thing that mythology does. And it has nothing to do with actual truth or anything. So yeah, write some modern mythology, people. I love the Song of Achilles. It's so good. Let's see. Yeah. Luna said, I feel like Apollo is like a really cool teacher almost. Like, he's supportive and wants to help you out, but don't disrespect him, you know? That's a good way to, yeah, he definitely is like a teacher. He really does want to teach you because he wants to watch you succeed and, you know, do good out in the world and be happy. But yeah, you definitely have to have a lot of respect when being around him. Oh, it's just jumped up. As an American, do you believe our culture is based off of Greco-Roman values or that of Judeo-Christian? Probably. Well, the thing is actually I was reading a lot about, when I was reading a lot about Apollo, I kind of discovered that a lot of how we view Apollo today, weirdly enough, kind of comes from how in the beginning, like how Christians went about making sense of the Greek gods and everything. Like, I think I was reading how Apollo being the god of the sun really became a big thing because that's what Christians saw him as more. People were comparing him to Jesus, which I was like, whoa, really? I was like, okay. But to answer your question, I think it's, I don't know, maybe a mix. Maybe more Judeo-Christian though, but that could be because I just feel like that just rules everything too much. I think it's like a mixture. I really do think it's kind of a mixture because I think a lot of like civilization is built off of the Greco-Roman kind of structure of it, but I think beliefs and ideals and all of that is very Judeo-Christian. So that's what I think. That's a good question, though. Yes, write those modern myths. Yes, more gay and more love. Yes, I was thinking about that when I was, again, I learned so much reading about Apollo. Because it was really like, yeah, there's literally, like, there's no real love in these stories. Which is probably also why, like, I get mad when Achilles and Patroclus whatever, get very, treated as cousins or something. Because I'm like, that's such a beautiful, tragic love story. You know, it's very rare to have those within ancient Greece. So don't take them from me. Yes, everyone write those myths. Yeah, I was like, Apollo, they were comparing Apollo to Christ. And then who else? Oh, Moses. I was like, what? I was like, damn. Yes, I have read Circe. Another fantastic one. I just love Madeline Miller's writing. I think she's fantastic. And Circe is great because Circe has like really has the gods in it, because Circe is a god herself, and so she interacts a lot with with all different gods, especially some of the Olympians. So that was really exciting, getting to actually see them, because in the Song of Achilles, you don't really, at least the Olympians kind of, they do show up, but briefly. While in Circe, like they really are there, and you get to see them, and I do like her portrayals of them. I think that they definitely, there's an influence from the mythology, which makes sense because these are based off of the Iliad and the Odyssey. So, but I felt like they weren't like characters. Like I really enjoyed it. So Athena betrayed Apollo. Yes, apparently. Oh, we're talking about Lore of Olympus. Yeah. I I've heard different things about it. Some people are fine with it. They enjoy it. Other people, because I think they kind of portrayed Apollo doing really bad things. I can't, I have no time for that, but I kind of am starting to slowly be better about the gods depiction within media, in certain medias, because it's just like, it's not them. I that's what I try to say to myself all the time. It's not them. These are just characters based off, not even just based off them, based off more characterizations, like based off of the mythology, which isn't even the gods anyway. So I try not to get super offended by it anymore, because it's just like, it's just, who has the time? Because they're going to keep doing it. It's not going to stop anytime soon. The only way it's going to stop is, or good stuff is going to come out, if actually one of us goes out there and makes media that has better depictions of the gods. Yes, Kaden, I do want to hear something cool. Good. James is asking really cool questions. I like it. Do I think that Hellenism is more compatible with our European ethos? I mean, that's hard, because I know for me, yes. For me personally, yes. For what are we talking about? Like America in general? It's a good question. I know for me, yeah, personally, I do. For me personally, it's more compatible with it. But at the same time, it's hard because I know, like, you know, Europe became very Christian. Christianity just spread everywhere. So it's hard to separate it. It's kind of hard really to separate that because, like, you know, like Europe again, like my great grandmother came from Italy and she was the most Catholic person you'd ever meet in your life. So I think that's a little difficult to answer because there's so much history with all of it. Because it's also all different civilizations and different cultures. It's all so different that it's really hard. I feel like it's hard to really put a stamp down on it. I feel like I can only speak from a personal standpoint, which I know for me it does. What happened? Why does this keep jumping on me? But you should joke about what they did, Mary, because they did fucked up stuff. Like talking about the Iliad era heroes. I make fun of see, once I think about it, I can't say the words. Agamemnon. Let's see. You know who I'm talking about. If I don't think about it, I can say it. Roman said Hephaestus equals crafty Jesus. I love that. Hello, tiny and dangerous. Don't worry. We are we wrapped up well, we're answering questions now, but I might talk about the next topic. Yeah. Yeah, Tristan, I always associate you with Helios because especially how I was thinking a lot about you actually because when I was reading about Apollo being the sun god, I was just imagining you being like, no, it's Helios. I'm always like, Helios, Tristan's got your back. I try now much more to be more aware of that, you know, Apollo is more like the god of like light as opposed to he's not the sun. That's Helios. And I read that in the book that I was reading, they were saying that it's like people just forgot that Helios and Selene were a thing and instead just were like, oh, Apollo and Artemis. There we go. And then that just stuck. And then throughout like the Renaissance and then the Enlightenment and everything, everyone was just like, they're the sun and moon gods, and that's how and then modern mythology didn't modern books about mythology just didn't change it. They just went with all the older texts that talked about that. So oh, Kaden, that's awesome. You're training to be a high priestess of Aphrodite. That's amazing. Good for you. Where? What? Oh, the book is Greek an Intensive Course. Right, yeah, Greek languages, yeah. I got this from thrift books for like really cheap, considering. I found it at my library too. It is also on Amazon, but you know, Amazon sucks. But some of us, we don't have a choice, so it is on Amazon. Oh, your cat has come to watch. Oh, tell your cat I love them. Okay. No. I have a question. I'm not European, I'm Hispanic. My culture and my family incorporates a lot of traditional stuff from the times of the Aztecs. If I still do those things, would the gods be offended? I don't believe that they would. But it's always recommended to talk to them about it because I cannot speak for them. Doing so would be hubris. But I can't speak for them. But I've known people, and I myself have combined kind of my own like other beliefs and things that like I have my like I have a lot of kind of Catholic elements in my worship and all that. I know a lot of people mix things constantly and all that, and usually there's no issues with it. So I don't think there would be, especially considering that's part of your heritage. I feel like they would understand that and maybe and possibly even be like, hey, cool, you're including us in your heritage. Because it's part of who you are and all that. But it's always best to take it directly to them and see what they have to say about it. James, I love all of your questions. Keep asking them. Do you not find Catholicism to be pagan in a way? A poll was done in Rome a decade ago asking, who do you pray to when you are in need? Jesus the Christ came in third. Yeah, Catholicism definitely has definitely. I agree with that. There's definitely elements of it, which is why I think I have a lot of Catholic elements in my very pagan, very polytheist religion and worship and all that, because they do. Like I was I was very I was very inspired by Catholicism in a lot of ways because I loved the idea of the saints. Because the saints make me think of polytheism, where you have a saint that represents certain things, and then you pray to that certain saint when you needed something. I will always remember my great grandmother talking about how she was praying to, I think it's Saint Anthony, because she couldn't find her glasses, and he's the one that helps you find lost items. And I remember, like, I still remember that. I was like really young, and I still remember that because it was just like I thought that was so cool. And then here I am, a polytheist that has different gods I worship for different things. And there's definitely a lot of other elements to Catholicism that has definitely, I mean, people say that there are a lot of pagan roots to the religion in itself also. So I definitely agree with that. Do you have any plans for my podcast? Yes, I have no choice but to get the Apollo episode up because Apollo will hurt me if I don't. I will hear it. So I'm working on that. That is definitely going to be done. And in October, like I said, everything, I want the live streams and the podcast all to have to do with like the underworld, death, funeral rites, the afterlife, possibly even like magic and witchcraft and all of that in ancient Greece. Chthonic deities. I definitely want to talk about Hades and Persephone. I think that's going to be a podcast episode. I really want to talk about their relationship, their myths, all that, what they represent, and all that fun stuff. And I want to talk about Hermes being the guide of soul and his role in that and all that fun stuff. But that's what I have planned, and I'm very excited about it, and I hope everyone else is too. Finally happy to get back into it. Is it bad to read ship docs of the gods? Like shipping? Are we talking about ship docs? Are we talking specifically about shipping? I don't know. Ooh, Very Lost Boy said, before we move on from ethics, Jesse, I read somewhere a while back that hubris also used to be defined as causing undue harm to others. I mean, possibly. I've never heard that, but considering that hubris has to do with extreme pride and arrogance, I could see it falling under that because you're essentially arrogant and prideful enough to think that you can get away with hurting somebody else. Um, I've just always have seen hubris being defined specifically in terms of the gods and how you are with the gods. Um, but people have definitely defined it in a way that suggests it's more than just that, that it could be among other things. But essentially, I could see it being that because when we go back to values and ethics, there's and if we want to believe that the Delphic maxims were passed on by Apollo himself, he specifically has in there whole bunch of stuff about being kind to people, not harming anyone, and a lot about basically being a good person and being good to others. So you could say going against what Apollo is saying is hubris. See how I made those jumps? So you could see it that way. Mm-hmm. Why is it jumping on me? What just happened? This thing is just jumping around on me. And we're getting back. Well, I just see all this. I love Jesus just keeps showing up in my live stream. It's fine. He's welcome. Yes. Yep. You're right, James. Our holidays and festivals are definitely rooted in pagan tradition. I mean, Jesus wasn't even born in December. I would Greek gods, Jesus squad. We kind of have. We're really like, it's funny. We keep talking about Jesus, which I feel bad for Jesus because people are not at all living like what he wanted, how he wanted them to live. All right. So, do we want to keep doing talking, or do you want me to do, because I have also planned how to go about researching if you want to talk about that. I don't know if Hecate named has names for her dogs. I don't know. Oh, you want to talk about research? Aw, thanks, Demon Days. What do I do as a living? Right now, I don't do anything. For a while, I was working in retail, and I was my autistic brother's caretaker. And my father recently retired, so now he took over that job. So I'm currently trying to I'm currently, trying to figure out what I want to do. I have applications out for libraries because I kind of would love to work in a library. Shocker. But I kind of feel like I want to, maybe try and do some of this for a living. Might be fun. We'll see. I would love to be a classics teacher. I keep debating it, honestly. But then I'm like, oh, do I want to go back to school? I love school and hate school at the same time. But okay. Yeah, I'm a history nerd too. Oh, thanks. Well. Oh, okay. No, it is not wrong to read Ship Fix, Roman. It is not. Because essentially, in some ways, they're like modern mythology. The ancient Greeks freaking were shipping all the time. That's the thing. People want to be like, don't ship the gods. And I'm like, well, what the hell were the ancient Greeks doing? They were shipping. Okay? That's what they were doing. So, all right. So, I guess we want to talk about research, which is, I'm a nerd. I love research. I got so excited in school and they were like, okay, you have to write an essay. I was like, yeah. Well, I was happy because I got to research, but I didn't having to write the essay. Okay. So, research. First thing is where. The first thing is where to go. So, of course, I always recommend libraries. Libraries are the best place to start because they're free and they usually will have books that you wouldn't even come across otherwise. I've found a lot of really great books on all different, because we have to remember also that ancient Greece and all the useful information covers different subjects and sections. I actually did, if anyone ever wants it, let me know, message me, but I did it on Tumblr where I actually broke down where you can find all different ancient Greek subjects within the library. So this is specifically, I don't know if they are different but specifically like in American libraries. Using the Dewey Decimal System and all that. But if you ever want that, let me know, because I broke it down, because it's all different kinds. You have like philosophy, you have mythology, you have art, you have the plays, you have poetry, you have history. You have all different kinds of places to look. It's not just going to be one section. So I just recommend just going and looking at the different sections and seeing what you can find. Like, I found my one prayer book I love so much just browsing the sections. And then another really great book that's just really beautifully written. I talk a lot about it on Tumblr. It's called like Gods of Greece by, I think, Ariana Huffington. I just randomly found that browsing my library. So do that. Also, look at the search engines and services that your library offers, because a lot of times libraries will offer, you can get into certain search engines for free. So like there's JSTOR and academia.org and everything, where you can find academic articles and things like that. But a lot of them either require you to pay, or like you can only download a certain amount kind of deal. But if certain libraries offer free access to those, especially, this is for all of you college students out there, or ones who are going to enter college, take full advantage of it, because these places actually will give either discounts or free access to academic, like through your university library or using your university email. You will get access to so many databases for free. And a lot of universities also have like where you can pretty much print out whatever you want using your ID card. So I kind of wish I was a Hellenic polytheist while I was in college. I think, yeah, I was, but it was like near the tail end of it. So it was like I wasn't, not really like I had any time to really read all this stuff, but you can at least gather everything while you're, and read it all when you're done. But it helps a lot. And some libraries, depending on what your school is known for, like you might be able to find books within the university library also. So keep that in mind. Because I know through my university, I was able to get like onto JSTOR and a whole bunch of academic databases for free, because that's how we had to write papers and everything. So usually you have free access to all of these things. And so you can find all different kinds of articles on ancient Greece and the gods and all that fun stuff. Other than that, you could Google stuff, but Google can be a pain in the butt. But I definitely recommend the libraries, starting with your libraries and what they have and all that, because like I said, it's free. And always support local libraries, because libraries are the best. Also thriftbooks.com. I talk a lot about thriftbooks.com. That's another, I recommend checking them out before, like if you want to buy something, check them out first before anywhere else, because they have a lot of, especially like the older books and everything, for like real cheap. Like I got that one book I mentioned, The Gods of Greece by Ariana Huffington, for like $3. And I think the Pure Pagan book I got on there for like $5. It's so cheap. And it also helps, because it's used stuff, so it helps the environment and everything. You go to Amazon, does have a lot of stuff too, obviously. I always make Amazon my very, very last bottom. But I have a Kindle, so I like to use, they sometimes have like ebooks really, really cheap. So sometimes I do that. But those are, definitely look at, I would really recommend starting with the library, especially if you're a college student, and just looking at what is available to you for free. It's the best place to start. Okay, so when you are ready to read something, I think in order to read critically, first, you have to remember that there is bias in everything. I think I need a drink. I'm about to rant. I think one of the things that is a big problem with how history is taught is that it's made to believe that if something gets written down, that's fact. That's, and especially if it's from somebody who has some kind of credibility, or, they're a historian, or they're a professor, they know it's fact. Like, but that's not how any of this works. A lot of it is interpretation of information that's provided. A lot of what you're reading is less of I'm going to tell you what's true, and more I'm trying to prove something to be true. And I say this as someone, I have a degree in history, and literally all we did for 4 years is write papers arguing. That's literally all you do. If you research and you write papers trying to prove a point or something that you believe to be true, and you gather evidence to prove that. And that is what most of this stuff is. So it's not always going to be, it's not like this is fact, this is concrete, true fact. It's more of that, this is what the author believes. And then you have to decide based on the evidence that they provide whether you believe that to be true as well. So it's always important to remember that. Don't just take everything that you're reading as true. Really read critically and really keep in mind that this person is trying to prove something to you. It's not necessarily already been proven. And with that in mind, know your author. Know who this person is and what their bias is. Is this someone who was writing in, the 60s? Is this someone who was writing in the 1800s? Is this someone who, is this a professor of the, no, because when you know that, you know the bias, and you can, then how to navigate what they're saying. You know what kind of information was available to them. If it was someone from the past, you know that they didn't necessarily have all the information that we have today. So always keep that in mind. A big thing is sources. Understand that real true academic works are going to have sources. That's a big, especially if you're in college, it's a big thing. They're like, cite your sources. Sources are extremely important. And if someone isn't providing sources and they're just saying things and they're not providing sources, I very much would take what they say with a grain of salt and double check. You should be double checking everything anyone says, especially if you come across something that's very interesting to you. You're like, oh, I've never heard that before. Either check to see if that's their argument, or did they get it from somewhere else, and then check those sources and then see if you can find other sources to further prove that before you take it as, okay, this is definitely how it happened, or this is definitely what it is. You have to double check everything. And again, back to the sources, make sure people are citing their sources. And if they're not, this especially goes for, Tumblr. And I know I don't necessarily put all what my source is, but I'm always more than welcome when people come to me and they're like, oh, where did you hear that from? Or does that come from something? Then I'm always more than happy to clear it up and say whether it's like, oh, I heard that here, or this is where I found it. Because to me, that is very important, coming from a history background and all that. It is very important to have sources and all that. So never be afraid to ask somebody, well, where did you hear about that? Or to just try to find it yourself and see, if it actually came from somewhere, or if they're just pulling that out of their butt or whatever. And speaking of sources and everything, that's actually a fantastic way to find more research. So I have my Path of Shadows book that I've been reading. As you can see, there are footnotes. You can see down here, footnotes. Footnotes are extremely important because either they further explain something that was said in the main passage that can kind of help clear things up or make things have more sense, or what they'll have is their sources in the footnotes. Instead of maybe in a bibliography, they'll have sources. And you'll find new things to look at. Like for example, like in this one, there's this book about Dionysus. There's 2 books about Dionysus that came up in here, and I'm like, oh, okay, I'm going to read those. Or one was really cool where they had, I didn't even know this was a thing. Let's see if I can find it. Or I'll just tell you. Anyway, I guess I'll just tell you. But in the footnotes, they're like, oh, this is a whole article or book about Cerberus. And I'm like, there's a book about Cerberus? I will absolutely read that. But I found it because I was looking at the footnotes and where the author of this book got their sources. And it's fantastic, especially with something like this, where this is specific about a specific topic of, chthonic deities and the underworld and everything. So now I've just discovered more books and articles to read about this topic that I'm really interested in. So always look at the footnotes, and always look at the bibliography in the back if they have one, depending. That's probably a very key thing on how I go about finding more stuff to research and everything, is looking at the sources of the authors that I read from. That's really, really, really important. Okay, so how to effectively gather information. this is I am a stationery nerd. I don't know if anyone else is like me, where I just love an excuse to buy new stationery and use it, even though I'm not in school. But I'm like, oh, my religion lets me, get sticky notes and pens and highlighters and blah, 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 because I got to research. But so if you are, this part of the topic may interest you. If not, then, well, sorry. But how I like to go about doing things is I don't like to just read, because then if you just read without marking anything that's of interest to you or whatever, you're just going to forget everything. So I'm a very active reader, where I use highlighters to highlight passages that really stick out to me. I use page tabs so that I can find things when I need them or when I want to go back to something. And I also like to have a journal with me, or I have my binder, but I have two. I have a binder and I have a journal. I have a journal for if I decide to go to the library, I don't want to lug my giant ass binder with me, because my binder is all of my research. It's everything for my podcast. It's things for my own devotion. It's witchcraft stuff. It's all of the stuff that I research. It's a big ass unicorn binder. But so I'll have a little journal that I'll bring. And in there, I like to kind of write down either ideas that get presented in the book that I kind of made me think about, that maybe I want to revisit later, if I want to meditate on it, or if I want to really sit with it and think about it, or ask the gods, I may write that down. If I got any ideas about topics I want to cover, I'll write those down. If I find anything where I want to research later, certain if they brought something up in passing that I was like, oh, I've never heard that, I might write that down, just to have a place where that you can refer to remind yourself to keep researching and to think about new topics. I really like doing that, because especially with because it's more than just researching to gain knowledge. It's also researching to kind of understand more about the gods in your religion. You know what I mean? So certain concepts you might think, oh, I want to revisit that later. I really want to think about it in terms of my religion. When I was doing research for the ethics and values, I came across certain concepts that I was like, I never thought of that. There was a mention of the idea of humans having divinity in them and all that. And I was just like, never came across that before. And I was thinking, oh, I wrote that down. Do humans have sprinkles of divinity in them? I'm going to think about that. Another one was talking about witchcraft and how it relates to the gods. And I'm a witch. I don't know how most of you probably know, but I'm a witch, and I combine the gods and my witchcraft all the time. I don't do witchcraft without the gods. It doesn't feel right to me. But this one person was talking about how magic and witchcraft makes the gods kind of what did I write? Makes them obsolete, or it kind of negates them or something. And I was like, I mean, I don't believe that, but it was a concept that I really kind of wanted to explore more and think more about, in terms, especially because I really want to talk more about witchcraft and Hellenic polytheism and meshing them and how they overlap and all that. It's a concept that I really want to talk about more, because it's one that I don't really see people talk a lot about, and it's very important to me. So that's why I wrote that down. So yeah, that is how you effectively research. Very quick, simple, but I think effective. All right, let's see what you guys have. Are we do you want to know the name of this one? Path of Shadows? It's a very interesting book. I like it so far. It is, I will warn everyone, like, it looks like it's gonna be an easy read. It's not. It is not an easy read at all. It's very academic. Very academic. There are points where I was like, oh, like, why are you wording it like this? There's a much easier way to say this, but at the same time, I learned so much from it. It's really good. It talks about Hades, a little bit of Dionysus. I just got to the part about Persephone, so I'm reading that. But it's a good book. It's just definitely one that I was expecting it to read a little easier. I wasn't expecting to be so academic. Let's see. Basic good. Oh, that one book that I always talk about. I think if you're going to, well, there's two. I actually have them right here. Look at that. I do like this one in terms of like modern Hellenic polytheism. This one's good to kind of just really break it down in easy to understand. But if you really want a good academic book about Greek religion, I said in the last one, this is like the king. This breaks down everything. It talks about the gods. It talks about the underworld. It talks about rituals, festivals, like everything is in. This is a good one. It's a good place to start. Yeah, I think a lot of the H's are silenced. Like I heard, I think like Aphrodite also. Well, it doesn't do, but H. But like seeing all the like ways that they're really pronounced. Like I think it was like Aphrodite or something like that. I was like, oh, I've been saying it wrong. Oh yeah, Google Scholar. That's a good one too. Also, if you're looking for images of the gods, I went on a whole thing where I was showing like paintings and everything of the gods, and people were like, "Oh my god, where do you find these?" Googling them, but sometimes you have to use the Roman names, especially with the Renaissance paintings. They use the Roman names. Yes, I definitely will do a video showing off my altar. I definitely want to do a whole altar tour at some point to kind of showcase what I do and everything. I actually am changing my altar over soon for Samhain. I got my new altar cloth and everything. Everything's literally just all over the floor because I have to change it over. And I'm trying to decide if I want to make new representations of the gods to showcase more of their chthonic roles as opposed to like right now they're very they showcase more of overall like everything, and so I was thinking about maybe specifically making because I make all my representations. I have an Aphrodite statue, but it's not on my altar anymore. I make my own. I do like collage art and make my own. So I was debating doing that to make ones that represent them in their chthonic roles. even though technically Aphrodite doesn't have a chthonic role, but she's kind of, I kind of see her. There's some things that point that her, there are some information that points to her being associated with the underworld. My outlook on people referring to themselves as pagans. I mean, I can understand the idea of it being counterintuitive, but at the same time, you know, people want to use what the terms that they want to use. And sometimes it's all about like taking back, taking a term and making it their own kind of, you know, deal. If people want to call themselves pagans, by all means, you know, I'm not here to tell anyone what they should or shouldn't label themselves. I sometimes don't really, I'm like, I guess technically I am a pagan, but I don't know. I just usually I personally go with Hellenic polytheist because it just feels right to me, because the only gods that I work with and worship are the Greek ones, but I do believe in all the other pantheons that they do exist and everything. But I think it's fine if people want to call themselves what they want to call themselves. Little Dandelion wants to know, do you have any advice for someone who wants to do research but is strangely anxious about it? Well, I think it depends on what about it makes you anxious. I can understand that you're being closeted about it, but the good thing kind of about that is that, you know, it can kind of pass off as for school or academic purposes, or just I'm interested in ancient Greece, you know, like a hobby or something. But I think it depends on what about it makes you anxious. And if you're worried about being caught doing it, I would maybe suggest doing it in a way that you won't have to worry about that. But, you know, I mean, if you tell me what it is that makes you anxious, I might be able to give a little more specific advice. All the books. Should just do like everyone recommend books. God, I'd be showing so many. Yeah, exactly what Mary says. You can just do it in a way that it just kind of like seems like you're just interested in the classics or interested in ancient Greece and everything. Okay, I think I caught up with you guys. So, any questions? Anything anyone wants to say? Because I did my 2 topics. Did my 2 topics. I'm like thinking, is there any for recommending books? Oh, just being overwhelmed in the fact that I read about certain gods. I feel a bit of their energy that can build up and get a bit overwhelming. No, it's not odd. If you feel like it can be overwhelming, then I would say just take it slow. Because it is a lot of information. It is a lot. So I definitely recommend just taking it slow. You know, just do a little bit, and then if you feel yourself getting overwhelmed, then just walk away from it. That's the good thing about this is that you're not trying to, there's no deadline. You're not trying to write a paper. You're not studying for a test. This is all your own thing. So you could take your time with it, And if something isn't vibing with you, you're having a hard time reading something, just put it down and read something else. Don't put any pressure on yourself. This is all for you. It's not, it's not to impress anyone else. It's not for grades. It's not for anything. It's just for your own knowledge and your own interest and all that. So just take your time with it. Don't put pressure on it. Don't do anything that's going to make it seem like a chore. I have to look at all these books that James is recommending. Oh, thanks, love. My rose gold tunic. I'm glad one of us is stoned. I wish I was stoned. That's true. Little dandelion may be on path of being an oracle if you feel that you're feeling that overwhelmed and you're feeling the energy. It's true. Absolutely, little dandelion. Just be, patient with yourself, be kind to yourself, take care of yourself. Just go at your own pace, There's no race. Just do your thing. Yeah, for everyone, just take it slow. This isn't, I know like academia makes it feel like everything has to be like this, but this is for you. So you get to go at your own pace. You don't have to worry about deadlines. You don't have to worry about reading stuff that is just super boring to you. Like you can do this however way makes you the most comfortable. I sometimes have to, take a break because it's just like, me and Rose Gold Tunic were having a whole conversation about how academic writing is just, ugh. That it's just like, why are you making such interesting topics so damn boring? It's so like, so it's hard to get through. Regardless, those are hard to get through. Like I said, I have a degree in history, and I sound like this is just so much. It's ridiculous. So take your time. There's nothing wrong with you for having to take so long to get through something, or if you have to take a lot of breaks, you are fine. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't stress. The voice that comes out of the phone. I love that. I think, Ash, what you're saying is, I think a lot of people resonate with that. I think it's, hard because I think, yeah, it being formal, you're kind of like, I know, like when I try to talk too formally with the gods, I end up like feeling really stiff, and I end up getting really anxious about it. But then, yeah, I can understand if talking too casually, you're like, oh, where's the line? But I think that's kind of, I think at least you kind of just have to do what feels right, and then you find the line. You find what is okay to do. At least that's how I did it. Because I have very casual, close relationships with my gods where we, you guys hear me make fun of Apollo all the time. And then I also say he's the one that is yelling at me and smacking me across the face. Like, this is the relationship that me and him have, but it's because we get each other. You know what I mean? And I know the line. He knows that I respect him. And when I say these things to him, it's because that's just me. That's how I show my affection, because that's how I grew up, you know. My freaking uncle called me shithead as you know, as affectionately as he could when I was a kid. This is how I grew up. So for me, you know, my one friend Alyssa jokes with me all the time because I called her a loser. And then I called her boring. So she's like, so I'm a boring loser. I'm like, yeah, but I love you. So that's just how I interact with people, you know, so the gods know that. But I think you just kind of have to do it, and you end up finding what works for you, and you end up finding the line. You know, I think that's an issue a lot of worshipers face is like they're so afraid of being disrespectful, of offending the gods, they don't actually do anything. When it's, if you just do, and you just do your best and do what feels right, you'll end up being more comfortable, and you'll also end up figuring out what works for you and what's okay with the gods. You'll end up finding that the gods are actually probably like okay with most things. Yeah, what Demon Day said too. I also think it depends on what sort of relationship you want to establish with the gods. Like with Zeus, I see him as a dad, so I treat him like, hey dad, what are you doing, dude, kind of vibe. Yeah, that definitely is true. It does depend on what kind of relationship you want with the gods. And it is also who they are, you know, their own personalities. Like the way I am with Hermes is not how I'm going to be with Persephone, you know, because Hermes, we all know, Hermes the god of memes, you know. Hermes is, he's gonna let a lot of things slide, because if he's amused, then he's like, oh, I can't be mad at that. It's funny. It's hilarious. That's a sweet burn. I can't be mad at it. You know, that's Hermes. So it depends on your, yeah, it does depend on the relationship you want with the gods. Yeah, classical mythology is so much fun, and they make it so damn boring. I really think academia is just a competition to see who can make interesting topics as boring as possible. Because I remember having a moment where I was sitting in the library reading an article, reading, yeah, some kind of academic article on I think Japan, because I went to school specifically to learn Japanese history. Shockingly enough, not classical Japanese history. Um, and I remember reading, and I just thought, this shouldn't be boring to me. This is what I'm here to learn, and this should not be more. Why is this boring to me? And it's because it's just, why are you wording it like this? It's just so that's why I like, you know, I try my hardest with my podcast and with everything I do to bring academics and like to make it more accessible to people. I try to bring humor into it. I think I'm funny. Rose Gold Tunic thinks I'm funny, so that's all, you know, at least someone else thinks I'm funny. I try to make it humorous. I try to make it, you know, easy to understand, accessible to everybody, because that's how I think history should be. One of the reasons that it gets so, people think it's boring is because they teach it in a boring way, or they give it to people and they write in a boring way. And I'm like, this history is so interesting, but you just have to actually like present it to people in a way that they can easily digest, you know, and that's fun. But we talk about Odysseus. Yeah, well, it was his fault. He pissed off. He committed hubris. He pissed off Poseidon. And it took him 10 years, which was supposed to be a month. Supposed to be a month to Ithaca. It took him 10 years. That's what happens. That happened. Don't piss off Poseidon. I love giving the gods nicknames, and that's so cute. It does help. Oh, thank you, Very Lost Boy. I'm happy I make you laugh. I make myself laugh, so. Oh. I try. I was making memes. I have to post them, but I was making memes last night and I was laughing so hard. And my mom's like, "Why are you laughing?" I'm like, "Because I'm making memes and I think I'm funny." Yeah, exactly. It's so. It's. I was when I was talking to Rose Gold Tunic about it. I was saying, in school, I got told constantly that I was they thought that I was a really good writer, but my problem was that I didn't sound academic enough because I don't see the point in it. I'm like, I want to get my argument, my point just out there as clear as possible. I don't want to have to sit there and try to come up with all of these different giant words like SAT words that half the population don't even know. It's like, why? But just because for me, I'm not writing for, I never wanted to write for academics. I wanted to write for everybody else, you know? It doesn't have to, cunning, just use, doesn't have to include common sense. It just means cunning. I love that. Well, I don't approve of any vandalism on any temples or statues of anything like that. I don't think it's right. I don't, because regardless of anything, you know, no matter when things are done or like whether cultures are still around or not, like that's still important, you know? It's still historical and all that. I don't agree with any kind of vandalism on any temples whatsoever. These are, you know, people's beliefs, these are people's cultures. It's just humanity has never shown any kind of respect for other beliefs. We just do not have a history of doing it. I don't know whether we're capable of it, but we really should try very hard to respect each other's beliefs because ultimately, like, we're all just trying to make sense of this world, and we're all trying to find happiness, and we're all just trying to make it so that when it's time to go, that we don't have any regrets and that we felt like we did the best that we could. Like, we're, you know, at the end of the day, we all are like the same in that regard. I know that I heard that they're building one for Apollo in, was it Minnesota? There are ones. Um, aren't there ones in? Are there ones in Greece? Did they finally? Because I know for a while you couldn't, um, you couldn't be a Hellenic polytheist. But I felt like I saw there's like more happening there now with it. So I think there might be active temples there. But yeah, I know they're making one they're building one up for Apollo in Minnesota. Yeah. Thank you, Caitlin. In 2017 it was legalized. Okay. So yeah, I'm pretty sure there are active ones in Greece then. Yeah. See, Caitlin knows she's got the deets on it. Is there anything I wanted to talk about else? I still got time. My friend's not out of work yet. So I could still hang out. Anything else you guys want to talk about? Any topics? Anything you want to ask me? I'm pretty much an open book. You can ask me anything. Some good fucking food. Seriously. Yeah, the Odyssey was fun to read. I definitely prefer the Odyssey over the Iliad. The Iliad's still fun though. Oh, then ask all the questions. Do well, it's illegal in New York, so it's hard to, but I do when I can. And I plan to when they finally fucking legalize it. But yeah, I have, and I love it. I do like the Iliad. The Iliad's fun just to watch everyone make really, well, I mean, the Odyssey also, they make bad decisions, but the Iliad, they make just really bad decisions. And, you know, you have Achilles and Patroclus, which is wonderful. You're so lucky. Ugh, I know. I'm so jealous of all of the states that have weed legalized. I'm like, come on, New York, get your shit together. It's funny because literally everyone smokes it here. Everyone does. Like, I can't, every person, you smell it everywhere you go. So I'm like, just fucking legalize it because we're all smoking it anyway. I haven't read that yet. I can't pronounce. I'm not even going to try. I'm not going to do it. But what you said, James, no, I have not read that one yet. Yeah, Iliad is basically Terrible Life Decisions, the epic. It's true. That really is the Iliad. Aeneid. Did I say that right? Aeneid? Okay. Thank you, Jamie. I have to read the Aeneid. I feel you, Demon Days. I really do. I'm the same way. Forget it. When I was reading about Apollo, I was just like, oh, I love you even more now. So I'm like that too. And I really I'm trying to build actually some kind of similar to actually how the ancient Greeks did, where it was like, you know, maybe on they'll celebrate certain festivals and certain days, they would actually give offerings to certain deities. And that's kind of how they collectively worshipped the pantheon and everything. So I'm trying to set that up where maybe I don't necessarily like actively worship everyone like every day, like I do the gods I'm devoted to, but throughout the year, I'll have certain days where I do celebrate a god, whether it's be at a festival or just a certain, you know, maybe like on their sacred day of the month or something like that. I'm really trying to set that up because I really want to show my respect and show my respect and my love for for basically the whole pantheon, because I love all of them. Yeah. Tiny and dangerous. I feel you. For me, I just know it'll help with my anxiety. Weed. It'll help with my anxiety. So, and I know I really wish that it would just be legalized across the country for many reasons, but one of them being is it's so helpful medically for people who are chronically ill, who have chronic pain, who have certain mental illnesses. Like, it's so helpful. Yeah, I'm pro weed too. I think it's also ridiculous that people are locked up for it. Especially at this point when it's like, maybe some places have it's illegal, but still, I'm like, but there are other places that legalized it. It doesn't make any sense. Tristan, I consider them the same with different names, because it just, for a while I was seeing them as separate, as completely separate entities and separate gods, but it just didn't seem right, considering the history and how much things overlapped, and all that. So I kind of really just see them as the same gods with different names, and with the Roman interpretation of them, fit into the Roman society and Roman culture. That's how I see it as, because I think a lot of these gods, to me it makes sense, because I don't think gods don't just like appear with a culture, especially if we want to believe they're real. If you want to believe they aren't real, then it makes sense that maybe they would just appear with a culture, but we believe they're real. So they don't just appear with a culture, that they had to have been there all along, which means they probably were under different names and worshipped by different cultures in different ways. So to me, it just makes so much more sense to see it like that, as opposed to all these separate deities. That's how I see it. I like how we're all talking about weed. Yeah, I definitely need to get my pronunciation better. Especially if I'm doing all of this stuff, I definitely need to. Yeah, I'm curious, Tristan. You see them as separate? Because I did for a while, but it just doesn't. Ooh, Greco-Roman cuisine. Could always talk about food here. Always. That's a good way to think about it. Cinna. I think there's so many ways to go about it. Yeah, exactly. How can we say that, a god is fake or wrong? We don't know. That's my whole thing with all of this. I'm like, none of us know. We don't really know. We don't know for sure. So why are we all fighting about it? Nobody really knows. You're going to say you know, but you don't. I think that makes sense. But essentially, it's then they're separate from the Hellenic gods, but they're different, but they're not like Rome got them from from different cultures ultimately. It's, you know, with these things, this is why it's all about matter of belief, and kind of looking at the information that we have and then just coming to your own conclusions about it. I just don't really concern myself too much with the Roman gods, because it's, to me, regardless, they're not, that's not how I see my gods. They're not really if they're at all related to my gods, it's simply because there's either an influence or they are my gods, but with different names. But that's not the interpretation I'm following. I'm following much more the Greek. So I just don't even really look to the Roman pantheon that much because it just doesn't resonate with me. Oh yeah, the Proto-Indo-European culture. Yeah. Yeah, I studied all of that in school. A lot of it all stems from there. Fun history discussion. But sometimes like I don't necessarily think all the whole Greek pantheon isn't all Greek. A lot of it came from like Babylonia and I can't remember. But different because I know Aphrodite, she's got a lot of other goddesses that just it's like you could just tell. It seems almost like they just took because I know that's where they said her war side came from. I think it was Sarte, something like that. Like, how should I approach her? Well, how you approach Aphrodite? Yes, thank you, Jamie. You're just always just there with the good, with the information that I can't think of off the top of my head. Yep, those goddesses. That's them. They say that Aphrodite came from them, especially because they had the that's where the war side came from. But then the Greeks kind of pushed that aside because they didn't like that. So anyway, so Aphrodite, how should you approach her? Um, you could do a mixture of both, really. I would actually you should always have offerings pretty much when you approach the gods. Unless it's kind of like you're just praying in your head or whatever, but most times you should always have an offering. So you should give an offering and then I would say talk to her. Just talk to her. Tell her what's up, why you wanna, what you like about her. Always flatteries always works too with Aphrodite. Tell her why you're interested in, talking with her, why you want to hang out, what you like about her. Tell her about you, introduce yourself, things like that. That's usually how I recommend doing it because you don't need to. Praying is essentially just talking to the gods. That's just what praying is. It doesn't need to be all formal and sound poetic and everything. You can just have a conversation. And a lot of times people have said that they feel a lot better just talking to the gods as if they would to another human being. So, just do that. Give an offering and just start talking to her. You're not dumb. A lot of people don't know about Aphrodite's war side. I didn't know about it when I first started, and it was until I started researching, and I was like, "What?" She has like a whole war side. Of course, love. Always happy to help, especially with Aphrodite. That's my girl. I'm having a whole history. I love it. I got a freaking fly in my face. Yes. Oh, I love Aphrodite Auraria. Auraria, yeah. See, I can't pronounce anything. But yes. And that was worshipped in epithet was worshipped in Sparta. We all know how Jesse feels about Sparta. Sparta is the best. Yes, tiny and dangerous is right. I love saying that. Tiny and dangerous. The offerings don't have to be elaborate. Honestly, they shouldn't. Save elaborate offerings for special occasions, like special rituals or festivals. You can give a cup of water as offering, light a candle, light incense, share whatever meal you have, whatever snack you have, a bit of a chocolate bar. That's more than enough. My cat is fast asleep. All right. So is there any topics you guys want me to cover in October specifically? Considering I'm I'm really focused on doing like the underworld and the chthonic deities and death and funeral rites and all of that fun stuff. So is there any like specific questions you want me to answer in that, or like subtopics within those topics, just so? Oh, I could definitely talk about shadow work. I do a lot of shadow work with Persephone specifically. Yeah, we're definitely going to talk about the gods. I want to do a Tea with the Gods episode on Hades and Persephone and Hermes. And I was thinking actually about doing a live stream where we just talk about all the different chthonic deities. Oh yeah, you know what? That's actually a good idea, James. Talk about the calendar and the festivals and everything. But I could definitely death, goth voice. Oh, ancestor worship. That's a good one too. Everyone likes shadow work. I could definitely talk about that. I do. That's one of the big things I do with Persephone. Yeah, I've been reading up on ancient funeral rites. Do I have them here? No, they're over there. You know what? Let me get these. Ugh. Ugh. Okay. Speaking of, since we're talking about books and everything, and it is going to be October, I've been reading this. This is really good. That just goes over everything, and it's it's small, but it packs a lot of information in it. And then there's also this one. I actually only skimmed this one. I haven't started reading it yet, but this one gets recommended a lot. But this is definitely about like the dead specifically. This one goes over like everything from like the underworld, how it operates, the funeral rites when people die, how they go about preparing the body and what they do, how they mourn, things like that. Oh, thank you. I got them from Walmart, my pants. I'm getting ready. I'm like, I need my October clothes. I'm the pastel priestess, but I still have to be, dark Halloween every so often. Okay, ancestor worship. Everyone really likes ancestor worship. Yeah, we're definitely going to talk about the deities, especially because I started working with Hecate. So be good. I need a pen. There we go. I'll write this down so I don't forget. Shadow work. Ancestor worship. Because now I'm have like 2 platforms to talk about it. We have the live stream and I have the podcast. So it means we can cover a lot more topics. I might do shadow work on the live stream because I feel like that would be a good topic to do on the live stream. Spooky season. I know. It's my favorite time of the year. Oh, sure. It's, The Greek Way of Death by Robert Garland. There you go. And then we have the rest. No, further back. Okay. Restless Dead. All right. And then there was that other book. I'll just flash it again, even though you guys saw it like 5 times. And then this one. These are the 3 books that I've been reading to get me prepared. The Path of Shadows. All right, deities. Okay. It is The Path of Shadows. Oh, good. You got it? Okay. Shadow work is rough. It's the nature of it is to be very, very rough, but it's so helpful. It has helped me so much deal with a lot of just the stuff that I've been just, sweeping under the rug and just pushing back into my shadow that I just don't want to deal with. It's helped me so much. Well, I'm excited. You got good stuff to talk about. Shadow work, ancestor worship, the chthonic deities, funeral rites. Oh, and in November, I'm definitely going to talk about Dionysus because he has a very strong chthonic aspect, and there's so much to him that I feel like it's going to be easier to talk about him in November instead of trying to squeeze him in with everything else we want to talk about in October. And he just feels like he's like a harvest god to me. So it's like November seems like a good time to talk about him. So shadow work is, the calendar and I definitely need to talk about that. Oh, can I pull that out? Because that might help you guys actually. Since we're sharing books, I feel like is it close to me where I can grab it? No. I'll show it to you eventually. Shadow work. Shadow work is basically, so the idea of the shadow is this thing, like we have all just the yucky things about ourselves that we don't like, that we don't want to deal with, and all that is what we put in our shadow. Essentially, kind of like sweeping it under the rug or whatever. We stick all that in our shadow. It's, all the things like I said, we don't like about ourselves, the things that we don't want to deal with, we don't want to face, and we just stick it in our shadow. And then what ends up happening is your shadow eventually, nothing in the dark stays in the dark for long. It eventually I know, Oh, he is. Trust me. He's like, well, you're finishing my thing first, and then you're doing it. That's why he has been very clear. Anyway, back to shadow work. It is eventually what happens is your shadow creeps up. It comes out, and it sometimes it'll come out in ways where it's like you'll may have a reaction to something, and you don't know why you did, but you just had a very negative reaction to something. It's kind of that idea where people say when you don't like something about someone else, it's sometimes it's because you see yourself in that. That's kind of like your shadow. So sometimes your shadow can get in the way of you with relationships, or just achieving certain goals or progressing. It holds you back. So the idea of shadow work is to finally acknowledge and to process everything that's in your shadow and heal from it and come to terms with it, so it no longer inhibits you. And how you go about doing it is there's very different ways to go about doing it. The most popular way is through using some kind of divination and journaling. That's how I do it personally. I work with Persephone, and I use divination to kind of like communicate with her and all that, and I journal a lot. For me, journaling has always been very, very therapeutic and really helps me connect to self, to spirit, to the gods, to just everything. I've discovered so much about myself simply just by taking pen to paper. And it helps a lot. But we'll definitely get into it, because it's something that means a lot to me, and it's done a lot of good for me, especially with my relationship with Persephone. And so yeah, we'll definitely get into that. Yeah, Master of Mimishard. I definitely shadow work is so helpful, but it is intense. The thing about it is because you put these things in shadow for a reason. You put them there for a reason. Is because they can be traumatic. They're very difficult to face. So it's something you definitely need to tread lightly on, and you have to have self-care in place. You have to take care of yourself. You have to be ready to deal with it. Sometimes you're just not ready, and that's fine too. You have to take your time. It is an intense process, but it's very well worth it. Have any advice for starting out Greek alphabet oracle stuff? Yes. Oh, I love my Greek alphabet oracle. Do I have that book right here? See, I'm the person that loves to recommend books. I love books. I have. Hi, Moo. Here it is. I really love this book, The Oracles of Apollo. It breaks down how to go about using the Greek alphabet oracle. It has what each oracle means, how to use them as talismans. It even has the rituals that you can do before, like how the ancients would go about preparing to use the Greek alphabet oracle. It also gives history of divination, and it gives other divination methods that were popular in ancient Greece. So it's one of my favorite books. I really, really enjoy it. I know, so many books. I love recommending books. I really need to make like an official, like so many Hellenic polytheists on Tumblr have like an official book list. I need to make one because I love those. But yeah, I like that book. Other than that, really what you can do is you can make your own. You don't need to buy it. You can just make your own if you want. How I do it is I have them in a little pouch, and I will beforehand I give an offering to Apollo, and I do it I mainly use with Apollo because he seems to, even if I'm asking someone else, he will come in anyway. It's always Apollo. So I just use it with Apollo, and I just shake it up. I give an offering, I ask Apollo a question, and I shake it up, and whatever one flies out is my answer. Yes. See, Rose Gold Tunic likes it too. So you got both of us giving thumbs up on the book Oracle of Apollo. Oh, I didn't know there's an app for it. That's cool. Oh, bye, Mary. Thanks for hanging out. Don't worry, this is probably going to end soon anyway, so you're not really going to miss that much. What else? Oh, and I'm thinking about talking about Artemis in December. Something about December just rings Artemis to me, so that's what I'm trying to prepare a little bit in advance so that I could start working on stuff as opposed to just leaving it being a procrastinator like I'm known to be, which is why it takes me forever to get stuff done. But so I'm thinking about doing talking about Artemis in December. I have to check out that app. That's pretty cool. The Oracle app. I love that. Moo's mad that I'm not paying attention to her. All right, guys. Anything else we want to talk about? I'm waiting for my friend to get out. Wonder if she's going to stay till 6. Do I sense a cat? Yeah, she's right here. Come here. What are you doing? She's like not going to come over here easy. I'm seeing if I could get her to say hi, but come here. Here she is. Say hi to Moo. Making her live stream debut. She's very mad about it. Okay. Thank you, Moo. Do you have a source for your hymns? Oh, I use, let's see, I have I have 2 versions of the Homeric hymns that I use, the books. I don't know if I have one place that I use everything. I tend to try and get like them in book forms. Cuz I have like a PDF of the Orphic hymns. I do have a book called Pure Pagan that has a lot of like poetry, ancient poetry about the gods and other religious aspects. I don't know where they are. She's a little rascal. Everyone says hi to you. Yeah. Oh, I'll have to check that out. John Keats. I'm gonna write that down so I don't forget. I love reading like hymns and poetry and whatever about the gods. Percy. Thank you, James. What are some offerings to the gods? there's a lot of different offerings you can give. It depends on how you want to go about it. One of the big things is food offerings and pouring out drinks as libations, or you could just give it, you can just put it on the altar and give it to them like that. Usually water or tea or coffee or some form of alcohol. Then you have basically with food, anything. A big thing is to like share whatever meal you prepared for yourself or a snack you like. You can share that. You can give, you can light a candle. You can give some incense, like light some incense. You can burn some herbs. You can give more permanent offerings, which are like, you know, if you did, you could draw a picture and give it to them. You could make some kind of art. You can do a devotional playlist for them. I think what else? A lot of different, pretty much almost, you could turn almost anything into an offering, really. The most popular is to do some kind of food or drink, though. That's really the most popular. Can I talk about my relationship with Apollo? Ugh, Apollo. My golden prince. Apollo, me and Apollo, I really feel like Apollo has been with me for pretty much most of my life because I loved Apollo when I was learning about Greek mythology. But I mean, that's not really that shocking because I feel like everybody loves Apollo. But for me, I really, really loved Apollo. Like he resonated with me. I felt that the love that I have now, I felt it then. I didn't know how to express it because I didn't think you could worship the gods. But inwardly, like looking back on it now, I knew I wanted to. Like, this is what I wanted to do. So it's kind of funny that the relationship I have with Apollo now, considering I'm devoted to 3 gods and he's not one of them, considering our history together. But it's because he said to me, he's like, no, you're not ready yet. No, you're not ready yet. So I was like, okay. But he comes and goes as he pleases. You know, I'm kind of like, whatever at this point. He comes and goes when he pleases, and then he tells me what it is I have to do. And he lectures me. He tells me, you know, he's like, you know what you have to do, just friggin' do it, you know? Or he's like, stop making excuses. He's definitely like my tough love. Like, he's my tough love to Aphrodite's love. Like, Aphrodite for me is very much the one who's like, oh, it's okay, come here, it'll be fine, don't worry about it, you know, I love you, you're amazing, you'll do great things. Like, she's very much that energy for me, while Apollo is very much like, stop making excuses, get off your ass, do what you have to do, be a damn adult. Like, but it's all coming from a place of, I know you can do this, and I know this is what you want. You've told me this is what you want. I'm holding you accountable for it. You know, it's because he knows I have the potential for great things. I have the potential to make my dreams come true and to accomplish my goals. And he's kind of like that coach that's like, you know, blowing the whistle, like, let's go, come on, move, you know. He's very like that. But we also have a very like, I don't know how to explain. This is a very unique relationship in my mind, at least, because I joke with him, I whine to him, I make fun of him, and he just rolls his eyes at me. You know, he doesn't take anything I say seriously because he knows that I adore him, and he knows I respect him so highly because I do. I think he's just the bestest, as Lana Del Rey says, the bestest. I think I'm gonna start crying because I just love Apollo so much. but it means a lot to me because he believes in me. That's what it comes down to. Like, I know he believes in me, and that's why he pushes me so hard, because he knows I can do all these things and he wants to see me succeed. So yeah, we have a very like wonderful relationship, but he's, out of all of the gods that I work with, is very like, has no issue smacking me across the face or being like, stop being an asshole. Like, stop being like this and literally get shit done. Like, he slaps me with the truth constantly. He doesn't spare my feelings, but it's what I need. It's really what I need. So that's our relationship. I adore him. Rennie, you have the relationship I have with Apollo is yours with Persephone. Yeah, Persephone can be like that with me too. Yeah, Persephone definitely, I think it's, for me, Apollo does it more, but Persephone definitely, I've had moments where it's like, when she knows it's time, like I'm not dealing with something that I need to deal with, she will literally drag my ass out. Like, she will drag and be like, no, we're doing this because you're not going to do it any other way. Like, last year, all I could talk about was death. Like, I was obsessed with just talking about death, reading about death, and all. And it was finally like, I just knew it was like, that was Persephone being like, you have so much shit in your shadow that you are not dealing with. You're gonna deal with it. So I could definitely see Persephone being like that, because she really, when she wants you to deal with something, she makes sure you deal with it. Do I give I try to give offerings every day. I do. I don't always, though. I do try. It's in my morning and night routine to do some kind of offering, whether it be to make sure I light the candles or to give some of my breakfast or dinner or whatever. And I'm not going to pretend like I do it every day. I do try to do it every day. But I've kind of realized that technically I do stuff for them every day without really realizing it, because technically this right here, we're all participating in a community talking about them. That counts as something. Me answering questions on my Tumblr about them, helping other people connect with them. That's important. That's something. Like, I forget about that all the time. And even they have been like, you do realize that you're helping the community out. You're helping worshipers, which is helping, being of service to us. That counts, right? And I'm like, oh, it does? Oh, okay. I guess it does. So that sometimes you have to like really think about what it is that you do for the gods, that it may not look like a traditional put something on the altar and say a prayer. It may look like something else, but you are actually doing something in honor of the gods or for the gods, and those do count to them. Should you be having a barbecue offering bones and fat to the divines upon the fire? I think you can. I'm a vegan, so I wouldn't do that, but I think if you are non-vegan, go right ahead. The Apollo episode's gonna be intense. I'm trying to I learned so much, and there's so much to talk about with Apollo. It's like ridiculous. Where am I? Ugh, why did I do that? How do you position your body hands? Personally, that is. When calling upon the divines formally, how do you position your body and hands? Usually I'm sitting on my altar. I sit on my altar's over here. I sit on the floor. I have a meditation pillow. I sit on the floor, usually cross-legged, because that's comfortable to me. I usually have my hands. It depends if sometimes I'm holding prayer beads. So I may be holding that, but usually my hands are in my lap, and I'll have my eyes closed and my head dipped down like that, and that's how I talk. That's usually how when I call, that's usually how I talk to them when it's formal. Yeah. You're right, Cinna. Aphrodite can be very pushy and intense when it comes to self-love and self-worth and all that. Yeah. She, as much as she's very like, oh, it's all right, everything's fine. If I'm like, I am the worst person in the world, she's like, excuse me? The hell did you just say? Like, what did you say about my devotee? Like, and she's ready to like bitch slap me. Like, you are amazing. And I'm like, okay, I'm sorry. So yeah, I think they all have like certain things that kind of triggers them to be more intense and more like giving you the death glare. Like, no, don't do that. And I think also with each of us, it's going to be different. Oh yeah, Hades is definitely get your shit done. Yeah, yeah. Hades has that air about him that seems very much like no nonsense. He definitely is like a Capricorn to me. If anyone knows anything about astrology, I'm a Capricorn moon, and he seems very like a Capricorn in that sense of just being like, there are no excuses, get the job done, just do it, make that money. Hi, Raquel. Oh, all right. Cinna is telling me something in caps. I must listen. Jesse, let me tell you, Hermes has been knocking on my door so much lately. I think he's been like, hey, it's time to talk to me. Come on. And I've been like, wait, but why? Like, why now? That sounds like Hermes. He just shows up. He just shows up and is like, I'm here. I'm here. Let's have a party. I love Hermes so much. Oh, you should definitely hang out with Hermes because your life is going to be filled with so much laughter and so much joy. And he's just, I love that curly haired boy so much. How do you start worshiping a new god? Or how do you let them know you want to work with them? I really want to work with Hermes, but I know how to start. Oh, I love your videos, by the way. Thank you, Olivia. So you can, I usually recommend, especially with people who feel a little awkward about the whole thing, is to start with an introduction. It's a nice way to just, slowly ease into everything. All you have to do is have some kind of representation of the god, and that could be anything from a picture you printed out from the internet. Even a tarot card could work that represents them. A candle, you can have a candle, or any kind of little statue of something, a flower, anything that you just feel represents Hermes to you. You look at it and you go, that's her, that's Hermes. It makes me think of Hermes. So you have that, and you give out some kind of offering, which doesn't need to be anything elaborate. It could just be like a cup of water, some incense, food, any kind of food that you're having or whatever. Put out that, and then just be like, hi, Hermes. This is, I have this offering out for you. I just wanted to introduce myself. My name's Olivia, and I'm really interested in worshiping you, working with you, however you want to put it. And you just talk to him a little bit. You can tell him why you're interested, what you're looking to accomplish, what you want more of in your life, or what you want less of in your life. Like, tell him about you, and just slowly, and it doesn't have to be long. Like, you don't have to go on and on and on. It's whatever makes you comfortable, but it's just kind of letting him know, hey, I'm here, I'm interested, giving him the invite to hang out, and also just for you to slowly get used to the whole talking to gods and giving offerings kind of thing. You just slowly ease into it. also to do important thing is to do some research, look up more about Hermes and who he is, his whole mythology, just to kind of get a little idea about him. But other than that, you just start to do that, and then you can start to figure out how you want to build that worship, what it is that you want to do. What do you want to do? More devotional acts? Do you want to create an offering schedule? And try to really think about also why you want to work with Hermes, if there's any specific thing you want to work on, because that you can kind of build a worship around that. But that's a good place to start. Introduction. Lila, you're so... It's my biggest supporter right there. Oh, my friend's out. Okay. Oh, hold on, guys. Okay, let's see. Still have time. Yep, exactly what Jamie said. Giving an offering and introducing yourself. Yep. Write a letter. Sina, that's a good one too. You could write a letter. If you don't feel comfortable, speaking out loud, you can write a letter. You can even write a letter beforehand and then read the letter out loud. I actually did that for Hermes when I devoted myself to him. So you could do it that way. Oh, bye, James. Thank you so much for hanging out and all the information and books you provided. You are the best. And all the questions. I hope you have a wonderful day. Hello, Ella. I feel like I'm just screaming. I feel like I'm just yelling at everyone. Hi! Oh, you're a Capricorn sun, Demon Days. I love it. How do you know when the gods are communicating with you? No, you don't ever have to be sorry, Emmy, for asking questions. Never be sorry for asking questions. There's nothing wrong with asking questions, because how else are you going to know if you don't ask? We always welcome questions here. So how do you know the gods are communicating with you? Now, communication is a bitch. It is a bitch because it's not very easily defined, because it varies from God to God, from person to person. We all have our own talents and skills and things that resonate with us more in terms of how we communicate. So how I know the gods are communicating with me could differ from how you're going to know. For me, it's I get feelings. I get certain feelings where it's just like I just know. I'm a very emotional person. I'm a Cancer sun and Pisces rising. And my whole birth chart is full of water. So I am very emotional and intuitive. So for me, emotions are the ruler of everything. And that's how I navigate everything, is with my emotions. So it's not surprising that that's how the gods would choose to communicate with me, because it's a skill that I have that's already developed, and it's just part of who I am. So for me, I very much feel certain emotions. I have certain feelings within my body that I just know is them. I'm able to distinguish between what's me and what's them. And that comes a lot from experience, just doing it enough, and also trusting in you. But how you may go about it may be very different. But it really comes down to learning to trust yourself. That's a big thing. Because I get people all the time coming and wanting me to validate what they know in their heart to be true, but they don't trust themselves enough to say, no, this is definitely so-and-so, like this God talking to me. But they want me to validate it for them. But you need to validate it for yourself. there are a lot of ways to go about communicating. There's what I described, but then there's also another one is divination. I use that too. That's my next thing that I use is divination is a very good way, and one that's very accessible to everybody to be able to use, because there's so many different methods. So you can find one that is just easy for you, that resonates with you. There's also dreams. That's another one. A lot of people also do astral projection, but that's a little more advanced. I've never done it, so I can't really speak on it. Signs. People get certain signs, and usually with signs, so my whole thing with signs is any kind of communication with gods is going to be personal, but signs especially are going to be, signs and dreams are going to be personal. It's going to be in a language that only you can understand, because the thing is that what is meaningful, has a meaning to me, may not have a meaning to you. So for example, I'm going to give a story to help, prove my point here. I don't know if I ever told this story, but I had a really, really, really bad day at work one time. Like, it was horrible. I was on the verge of tears. Like, I don't know what it was, but it was bad. It was really bad. On my way, I got to my car to drive home. Usually I always listen to my iPod. I always put on my iPod. Oh my God, how old am I? My iPhone. My iPhone. But I just wasn't in the mood I was like, no, I'm not gonna do it. So I was gonna drive home silent. And then something was just like, turn on the radio. I never listen to the radio because the radio just always is playing the same 5 songs. I turn on the radio. Under Pressure by Queen and David Bowie had just started playing. I heard that song and I sobbed the whole way home, because for me, I knew instantly what that meant. Now, for everybody else, you might be like, okay, so a song came on the radio and all right, Under Pressure. But like, for you, you don't understand how important that song is to me, how much I love that song. It's my favorite song. Not only that, but that song is never on the radio. Like, they'll play Queen, but they're not playing that one. They're playing like, We Will Rock You or We Are the Champions, They're playing those. And in fact that it just started, I was like, this is a sign. But see how personal that is. To someone else, you could turn on the radio and hear Under Pressure by Queen and David Bowie and just think, oh, that's a cool song. It'd mean nothing to you. But for me, it was everything. And I knew instantly that was my gods going, Jesse, it's okay. You're going to be okay. We got you, just relax. Like, I knew it was like an instant click. The second I heard that song, I was like, it was done. I was sobbing. I was hysterical, crying the whole way home. And because I just knew that gods were with me. So that's my point when I talk about communication, that it's very, very personal, that, for you, you may see a certain animal where if I saw it, I'd be like, okay, what? But for you, maybe there's something attached to it. Maybe it's like an animal that usually isn't in your area. And you're like what, it causes you to have that second thought of, wait, what, this is weird. You know what I mean? So that's why it's really, really important for you to always trust your own instincts. And that first, because I really believe that most times when it is something that was sent by the gods to communicate with you, your first thought is, this is from the gods, or this is like, that's your first thought. If you have to think about it, you're like, well, nah. Then in my experience, it's that, then it's not a message. It's just some kind of random coincidence. But if your first thought is like, wait, this is a sign, but then you just you can't trust yourself, so you're doubting it, and then that's when you're like, well, maybe then I think it's mostly a sign. So that's my whole thing about communicating. But I do have a podcast episode all about communicating if you want to give that a listen. 10-hour Apollo episode. Oh, he would love that. I probably could, honestly, with all the information there is. Oh, so much to mention about him. Demon Day says, does anyone else imagine that, like, once you introduce yourself to a god, that they, like, tell other gods about you? Like, hey, check this mortal out. I would love that, honestly. Or it's kind of like when I kind of think of it as, like, when I start working with a different god, that they'd be like, oh, so this mortal approached me, and then the ones that I'm devoted to are like, oh, good luck with that. Like Apollo will just be like, no, you don't want that. Why does this jump on me like that all the time? Okay. Yeah, I really like talking through tarot also, and my Greek alphabet oracle. I usually like to use my Greek alphabet oracle with Apollo, and I'll start with that. And then if I need more, because the Greek alphabet oracle isn't very detailed, it's usually just kind of like one sentence that's usually kind of saying, which usually is just saying, like, the gods approve, the gods don't approve, or yes, move, work hard to get what you want, or don't, actually just sit and rest, it's fine. Like, it's not very detailed stuff. So I may start with that just to kind of get an idea of how the gods feel about something. Well, specific more Apollo. And then I'll use my tarot if I need it to be more detailed. Yeah, Tiny and Dangerous. I also have dreams are very important to me too. I've always been able to lucid dream just naturally. I just do it. So I rarely ever have nightmares, even since I was a kid, because I just knew I was dreaming. So I would just fly away. I would literally just fly away. I'm like, I know I'm dreaming. I'm going to fly. So and dreams have always been where I get a lot of my signs. Although for me, it's less about, I mean, it could have to do with the gods, but it's less about the gods themselves being present in my dreams. For me, it's more about dealing with my own inner turmoil or my own inner stuff that my dreams will tell me you have to deal with something. I've had that my entire life, where if something is essentially kind of like shadow work, if something is in my shadow and it's bothering me and it's pestering me, it'll show up in my dreams. You can use the Greek alphabet oracle for general advice or for specific questions, but it really works better for specific questions because like I said, the answers aren't super detailed. They kind of render themselves a little bit better for specific questions than like a just general, like, what's the message today? You could probably work with that, but they really do work better with you if you have a specific question in mind. Yeah, we're lucid dream buddies. And a lot of people, it was funny because I just had been doing it since I was little, like with no thought or anything, that it was kind of weird to me. later on learning that like people actually go through all of this stuff to try to lucid dream, and I'm like, oh, I've just been naturally doing that. Oh, how I do, I basically just ask, you know what? I'm gonna get them. Wait, where are they? Are they in there? Let me see. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can find them. I should know where they are, but I moved things around. Here we go. See, they're in this cute little bag. I got mine from the Hellenic Handmaid, I think. Yeah, Hellenic Handmaid on Etsy. See, this is what they look like. They're very pretty. And all I do is, for me, I use these mainly with Apollo, and I'll give him an offering, and then I'll ask a question, and all I do is just wait till one comes flying out at me, because that's how Apollo's answers are to me. They just come flying out, and then I read it from this book. Or actually, the Hellenic Handmaid, when you buy this, has a little booklet that comes with it too, so I can use that also. But that's how I do it. They do. Not like that, though. There is some relations. In the book, actually, they talk about that certain, that at least the certain oracles, there are like certain deities that respond to it, that you could either use the, you can use the oracle as like a talisman if you want, or you can use, you can invoke certain deities to help you with something. So technically, they kind of do have a god associated to them, but not like that way, where it's like A for Apollo and like things like that. Oh, thank you. Oh my goodness. Everyone's telling me I'm pretty. There's no traditional, because hummingbirds are really hummingbirds are kind of native mainly to the Americas, so there aren't really any traditional associations with hummingbirds to the Greek gods, at least that I know of. So most of the traditional associations of hummingbirds, it's of the gods of the Americas, like from like the Aztec. I think there's an Aztec god. As for, you might be able to make a modern association to it. Who that is, I'm not sure. Oh, Demon Days, that's so sweet. Aw, you guys are so nice. Oh, you're gonna make me cry. Oh, I appreciate you saying that. Because sometimes I watch like YouTube videos and there's all these like, people all done up with their hair and their makeup, and I'm like, I don't have time for that. I don't have the skill level. I don't have the time for that. So you guys are just getting me with a ponytail in my natural state. It could be the spirit of the hummingbird itself. That's true. It's true. Let's see. Aw, thanks, Rena. You guys are so nice. All right. So, what else? I still got time. If you guys want to hang out, I still got time. My friend says I can come over around like 6:30, so I still have time. Oh, thank you. Oh. Is this just compliment me time? That's so sweet. I try to be, nice. Why be mean to people? We're all just trying to live our damn lives and do the best we can. Why not be nice to each other? It makes things a lot easier for all of us, doesn't it? It could be. Yeah, you're right, Demon Days. Because sometimes it's like not necessarily a god or a goddess. Sometimes it's like a symbol for something, or yeah, it's like the spirit of the animal in itself. Because I remember when I was younger, I had a dream with like that really resonated with me where it was just elephants everywhere. I noticed that for me, when my dreams want me to pay attention to something, it shows things in abundance. So when I used to dream, I remember when I used to feel like I wasn't being heard, I kept having the same dream over and over again where there was like tornadoes everywhere. Like not just one tornado, there was tornadoes everywhere because tornadoes freak me out. Tornadoes everywhere, and I was like screaming at people like there are tornadoes, we got to go do something, and like no one was listening to me. But it was like that was supposed to be symbolic of me feeling like I wasn't being heard in my waking life, but it was my mind wanted me to pay attention to that dream by putting a crap load of tornadoes. And then another time I had elephants all over in like my one dream where it was just like everywhere I went there were elephants. And then literally then I woke up, and then that day I went to visit my grandma, and she gave me an elephant statue. And I was like, okay, I need to pay attention. And for me, it was like the elephant was essentially supposed to be, I took it as this is my power animal, because I don't use spirit animal, power animal or Patronus. That's my power animal coming to me to give me, to tell me that, they're there, and that's like that spirit. And ever since then I've looked into what the elephant represents and everything, and I'm like, that's me. That's definitely like my animal. So sometimes it really could just be like the spirit of the animal or something that it's supposed to symbolize. Yeah, Forest Kid, you can definitely set up protection around you when you are doing, if you're planning to do like a divination or any kind of communicating with your gods, you can create some kind of protection barrier to keep unwanted spirits out but have your gods in. You can there are different ways to do it. Sometimes even casting a circle itself can be one. Some people do like the white light around them kind of deal. If you just look up like protection, specifically in divination, you might be able to find stuff that, but you can definitely, certain crystals can help with that. Burning certain herbs can help with that. Usually though, there a lot of times having imposter spirits isn't that common unless like you're known for having spirits around you. And typically you kind of end up, especially if you already know your gods, you'll know when it's not them because something will seem off. And gods won't talk to you in a certain way. They won't try to make you do stuff, things like that. But if it makes you more comfortable, you can definitely set up like protection barriers to keep spirits out but your gods in. I haven't really worked with or worshipped Artemis. I have had a few moments with her, though. She came to me in the form of a doe when I was hiking and did like a hiking trail or whatever. She came to me when me and my friend thought we were lost, and the doe was like right there, and I just knew that was Artemis being like, "You got this. Don't worry. You can get out." And I ended up like following my own instincts, and we got out. So I also kind of think that she came again in the form of some does, because though deer are common on, I live on Long Island, deer are common on Long Island, they're not common in my neighborhood. I've been here pretty much my entire life, and I'm 31 years old, and I've never once seen a deer here. And then like this year, there were 3 running around my neighborhood, and I kind of was like, is that Artemis, or is that just, I was like, this could be Artemis, or this could just be, you know, the whole destroying land and climate change and all that, ruining the habitats for animals, you know, which that probably was what it was. But I have at least had that one interaction with Artemis, and I kind of want more of a I definitely want more of a relationship with her. Oh, Demon Days, you associate certain people with gods. Well, now I have to ask, which one am I associated with? I have to ask, which god do I give off the energy to? Although I think I know what you're all going to say anyway. I don't think it's insulting to the gods. I don't think, because you're not saying that it's them. You're saying that there's that they exude certain energy. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Oh, that's smart. Tiny and Dangerous said on the whole having protections and making sure a spirit's not the one that you're talking to instead of your god. One thing I do when I use pendulums, I create a protection barrier, but I also ask, do you love me, or do you have my best interest at heart? And my gods wouldn't say no to that. That's smart. Very smart thing to do. Seven Pumpkin says that they like to wash their hands with sea salt, since salt is often considered to have protective properties. That's smart too. You could do that also. Wow. Okay. I was not expecting that. I'm for it. Hestia, Hera, and Athena energy. Hell yeah. Oh my god, more Hestia. I love that. Oh my god, I love Hestia. Thanks, guys. That's amazing. I thought everyone was going to say Aphrodite, because usually, but I'm so here for the Hestia energy, and adding Hera and Athena. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. I love that. Hestia, man. Or as I call her, Marie Kondo. Mukitty is laying in the sunlight right now. All right, are we still up for hanging out? Questions? Anything? If you guys want to end it, let me know. But like I said, I can hang out for long. Ooh, Hera Aphrodite. Yes. Hey, I'm happy with all of this. Are you kidding me? Saying I give any energy from the gods is like, that's like, how can I complain? See if there are any more books I want to share. No. Probably save some for the next live stream. This is always what it is. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else I wanted to talk about, to mention. Oh, thank you. I got it from Walmart the other day. It's so right, isn't it super cute? I love it. Walmart had like a lot of super cute like pastel Halloween stuff, and I was like, oh my god. You want to see my Halloween stuff? Oh, bye, master of the memeish yard. I feel so weird saying that, but thank you so much for being here. Yeah, definitely don't mess up your sleep schedule. Oh, I could show off tarot. Oh, I have a lot. Okay. Sure. I'll just show off stuff. Okay. It is totally okay to have a preference, Emmy. You work with whoever makes you comfortable. You don't have to worry about any of that. A lot of people feel more comfortable working with the goddesses and all, and there's no problem with that. For the longest time, I just worked with Aphrodite and Persephone. And then I just added Hermes because he showed up like, yo, let's do this. I'm like, okay. No, it's totally okay to have a preference. All right, let me get stuff. Oh my goodness. I have way too much stuff. Anyway, Halloween stuff. All right. Oh my god, so much stuff. Okay, so from Target, I got this. I thought this was so cute. Like, how could I pass up? It's $3. It was in their dollar spot, but not everything's a dollar. And then I got this because again, how cute! Like it's oh my god! Like how could I not? Okay, so from Walmart, I got this super cute little ghost tea light holder. I also got this little jack-o'-lantern plate. These were like $1 something. Like, yes, please. Some of the super cute. Oh wait, I got this from Target too. Like, I'm a horror movie fan, so I was like, yes, I need that. For $1, Elm Street sign. Yes. Okay, so I got from Walmart, these are little cute coasters. And I like to keep coasters on my altar for when because I drink a lot of tea when I'm sitting at my altar. So I thought, oh my God, these are perfect for the whole like pastel Halloween altar I'm doing. So I was like, these are perfect for that. Because I have ones like, ones like these that I got from Salem when I went. I have another one on my altar. So I like to have actually use the coasters. So I was like, I can get them. I got these magnets. I got these magnets. It was like $1 or like 98 cents or something like that. I was like, okay, I gotta get it. Look at that cute little guy just going killing it. Thanatos going killing it. And then I got this little pouch. It's a unicorn, a skeleton unicorn. Like, I mean, this is perfect for me. And then these pins. One of them fell off, but I still have it, but yeah. Like these, I have a pastel purple jacket, so I'm like, these are gonna be perfect on it. Yeah, I like lost my mind when I saw all that. I was like, oh my God, I have to have them all. Oh, thank you. Let's see. I got these signs from Dollar Tree. I'm gonna hang them up around my altar. And then I was like, they're $1. Let's see. Oh, I have to showcase the stuff I got from Daiso. Oh my God. For those who love pastel stuff, you guys are going to lose your minds. Daiso, if you don't know, is like it's kind of like a Japanese dollar store, even though things are a little bit more than $1, but it's essentially what it is. They finally opened one in New York this year, so it was like I had to go. Look at these stickers. You see? Look at the back. Like, look how cute. Oh. And then these. Like, look at them. They're so cute. I can't handle it. And then I got they had all these cute little pastel-y treat bags that I'm kind of like, I don't know yet what I'm going to use them for, but I really want to do like I really want to set up like a Patreon or something. So I thought, you know what, let me grab these. Because how freaking cute, like how much would you love to receive cute little things from me in the mail in these, right? It's so me too. Hi, Kaden. We're doing a Halloween haul. Look at these bags. These little treat bags. Like I had to. Conflicted. Okay. And I don't see if you could see. Can you see this washi? Yeah. Look at how cute this washi is. Oh, I die. And then this one. Again. Ugh. Like I just had to. If I see pastel Halloween stuff, like I have to get it because it's so rare. Oh. Okay. This is easier. Look at these super cute, the little light up. See, they light up. And it looks like the little they had this is from Dollar Tree. They had other ones. They had like jack-o'-lanterns and ghosts. But I just really I thought these were really cute. Oh, this is actually, I can talk about this. I got these. I'm really, because Moo has asthma, I can't really burn a lot in my apartment, especially since my apartment's really small and everything. So I can't really burn a lot. So I like to use bells and sound in order to cleanse. So I actually have I collect these from Dollar Tree because they always come out with ones for seasons. Like I have one for Valentine's Day where this is shaped like a heart and everything. And I use these to keep my area cleansed and everything. And I actually like to hang it up on the door and everything so that the sound keeps negative stuff away and all that. So, yeah. What else? Oh, I thought these were cute. I'm very artsy, so I like to make things. These are from the, again, Dollar Tree. There's little felt stuff, stickers and everything that you can just stick onto things. So I was like, this would be a good way to like make something more Halloweenish, you know? Oh, and because I stock up on these babies when they come out at Dollar Tree, I need to probably get more because I got 3, but I think I'm going to end up using all 3 for my 3 gods. But yeah, if you need a nice black pillar candle, Dollar Tree. I do sell, well, I try to celebrate the wheel. I try very hard, but I don't always manage to. Oh, from Joann's, I talked about it on my Instagram, but look at my little puppet friend I got. He was like $4, and I was like, oh my god, I love him because I'm really big with poppet magic. I love poppet magic, so I have a cute little poppet that I made who I adore. But I really wanted one that had like the full limbs and everything, and I didn't trust myself to make that. And it was literally like $4. So I was like, oh, you know what? Yeah. Okay. They didn't have. They may have been either sold out or they may not have them out yet. Oh, and I got. My mom saw this, and she got this for me. I have a lot of stuff to hold candles in, but I'm a huge candle fanatic. And then I got this one from Dollar Tree. How cute! The little. I love him. I'm really into jack-o'-lanterns this year and the color orange. I don't know what happened, but I am like super into orange. Okay. Oh, wait. Ugh. And then these. Ugh. These are from Michaels. I got this one. I love this sign. And then this one. And this one. I love them. It works with my whole theme of working more with like my psychic abilities. All right. And yeah, that is about it. Right? Yes. Oh, I also got a set of little orange tea lights from Walmart, again for like $1. Super cheap. This isn't Halloween, but I got this from Daiso. Like, I obviously needed to get it. Like, I was like, this is all me. Even my mom was like, oh my god, that's just you. Oh, like, thank you. So that's my Halloween haul. I feel like an official like YouTube person. I just did a haul on on YouTube. All right. You could also use if you can't light candles, like I have those the electric ones. They sell them at Dollar Tree. You can also use those. Yeah, see, Tiny and Dangerous already beat me to that. Oh, Gaia. Gaia's a great one to start worshiping. Gaia's, I would definitely recommend doing a lot of outdoor stuff if you can with Gaia, considering she's the earth, and really have a focus on, doing things for the earth and with the earth and all that, especially now. We need that now. Um, but as I always say, in an introduction is a great way to start, just to kind of like say, hey, I'm interested in, worshiping you and all that. But yeah, with Gaia, I would definitely really focus on a lot of worship and devotion that revolves around being outside, honoring the earth in some way, and doing good for the earth and things like that. Demon Days came back during my whole Halloween haul. I'm obsessed with candles. I literally have 2 burning right now. It does. Isn't it like Aphrodite and Eros, that magical, lovely princess sign? Oh, I loved it. Yeah, what Days said. Goes outside, hugs a tree. Hi, Gaia. Exactly. Yep, pick up a piece of litter for Gaia. I like to do grounding with Gaia. That helps me a lot. I've been actually thinking more and more about all the things, like the more witchcraft things that I can do with the gods. I was thinking more about doing like, because I was watching a video about being empathic and ways that you can go about shielding yourself and protecting yourself from, before you go outside, from the energies of other people. And I was thinking more about it, and I was like, because I'm definitely empathic, and I really need to get into more of a habit of doing things, especially because I have anxiety on top of it. So it's like I definitely need to make sure I do things in, like, before I go out into the world, to protect myself from other people's energies. And I was thinking more about how I can do shielding and protecting stuff with Aries. And like the thought of that just made me feel so happy, because I think that's really why I love doing this stuff with the gods, because it adds just an extra level of just meaning, and I think effectiveness for me. Because for me, and when I'm thinking about Aries is protecting me, like it's Aries energy around me, like that's going to make me feel more comfortable and more like I'm safe when I go out into, into public and everything. So I really love, I just love all these new ways that I'm just coming up with, introducing the gods into my witchcraft. I do a lot of different kinds of witchcraft. I don't have a definition of what type of witch I am. I think I'm eclectic, but I cast spells. I like to do a lot of poppet magic. I've done money spells before. Um, I do a lot of divination. I do. Oh, bye, Mary. Thank you so much for hanging out and just for being awesome. And you heart you lots. Um, Yeah, I do. I cast spells. I love making my own spells and everything. I kind of have to, because not a lot of stuff includes the gods, or at least doesn't do it in a way that resonates with me. So I usually like to create my own spells. Um, I do a lot of I like to do sachets a lot, which is, basically putting different correspondence for a certain intention you want. I love the craft part of witchcraft. I'm very crafty. I love the fact of making things and all that. I love doing candle magic. I love working with the elements. I'm very big in working with elements. I love astrology. Yeah, I do a lot of different things. And I'm still learning, you know. I'm trying to get in a better habit of celebrating the Wheel of the Year. I've made it my mission that in 2020 I will be doing more festivals with the Wheel of the Year and also just the Hellenic festivals. I like to merge a lot of them, but they're also going to be, I think I want to just do actual Hellenic festivals and all that. I'm starting because technically a lot see Samhain as the witch's new year, so Samhain tends to be like the first holiday of the wheel. So I'm actually starting. I'm like, okay, Samhain, and then I'm gonna make sure I celebrate all the other ones. So I'm gonna make sure I have a whole thing planned out of what I'm gonna do, who I'm honoring, how it's all gonna be. Like, I'm gonna make sure it's all planned out so there's no excuses, because I really want to do more of that, of honoring my witchcraft, honoring nature, and honoring the gods throughout the year. Yes, Seven Pumpkins. I definitely would do a Tea with the Gods episode on Hellenic festivals, because that is something I know a lot of people have a lot of questions about. It's confusing as hell. I get questions about it all the time, and I definitely will talk about it. I'll probably talk about it soon, because it really is a focus for me right now to create my own Hellenic my whole calendar year. There we go, Hellenic calendar, to create my own Hellenic calendar. So I'll probably do a whole episode about, either do an episode on a live stream or something about how I went about doing it, why I do it, and how someone else can go about doing it. Because I know that's a big question on people's brains, and they're always asking me, and I'm like, I don't fucking know. Or I'm like, I don't, do what you want. But yeah, no, well, I will definitely talk about it. I definitely want to start, now that I've been doing live streams and getting more comfortable behind the camera, I really kind of want to get into making videos also. I'm going to keep doing the podcast because I kind of like both. I think both mediums serve different purposes, but I think I'm getting more comfortable behind the camera. I feel like if I can do a live stream, I can do YouTube videos that I get to edit going to make me look a lot better than the live streams make me look. So I'm really wanting to do that, especially for what I really want to have more, make more content about witchcraft. And I think that works better in a video format, because you might want to be showing people what you're doing or the tools you're using and things like that. So I'm thinking of kind of keeping the podcast very Hellenic, polytheist centered, and have more of like a YouTube channel where I talk about witchcraft, which would also, but considering my witchcraft is very much based within my religion, you'll also get a lot about Hellenic polytheism with that too. Yeah, the festivals are a freaking pain in the ass to research. I've been trying to work on making like these like big posts where I have each god and then just everything you need to know about the god in a post, like their sacred days, their sacred month if they have any, their traditional associations, like what color is associated with them, what they represent, their symbols, and then their festivals and everything. I really wanted to make that, and I've been slowly working on it, but the fucking festivals, oh my god, they are a pain in the ass, because it's just they're just a pain in the ass. But I know that they are, I mean, they're very important to our religion. They really are, and I think we need to talk about it, you know. It is. It's so much work to have to sit there and like gather all information. I was like, I think it's something I definitely have to like slowly do as I kind of go about my research and I find things and I just like write things down as I find them. I think that's how those come to be instead of, you know, focusing so hard on trying to find everything. I think they more come to be in passing, you know, like all of a sudden you're like, oh, I got all this information about Zeus. Might as well share it. A person cat. Am I a what? Oh, we did it. 420. Yes. We did it. No. You know what? Since we made it this far, I will say, because I don't want to forget. I don't want to forget when I end this stream. I have a Discord server. Some of you know, because some of you are part of it. But I have a Discord server, and we kind of operate. We want it to keep it small, so that's why I haven't made like a big post about it, because we want to slowly get people, you know, to join if they want. So we have a Discord server all about Hellenic polytheism. We also actually, in it, you can talk about witchcraft and divination and all that too. So if you would be interested in joining, all you have to do is find me on social media, which I'm on Tumblr and Instagram under the Pastel Priestess, and Twitter, Tea with the Gods. And you just have to send me a direct message and say, hey, I'd like to join. Can you send me the code? And I will. Because we are operating under, as I've called it and everyone loves it, Fight Club rules. So we don't talk about the server. This is the only time you will see me talking about the server, because we just want to keep it a little low key, not have it explode, you know, especially because I've never done this before. So I want to get used to it with a smaller group and everything. So, but if you want to join, you've made it this far, you have earned that. Absolutely. Message me. Yes, I do. I do have a Discord. All you have to do is, like I said, all you have to do is message me, direct message me on any social media platform, Tumblr, Instagram. Is that everybody messaging me? Everyone messaging me. All you have to do is message me on social media, and I will send you the link, and you can join. And it's a great group. We have a lot of fun. It's great. You guys are joining at a good time, because we just revamped the whole thing, where we have categories galore. I have mods, you know, there's rules. Like it's like legit. It's legit, which, you know, so I hope you end up joining and you end up liking it. So yeah, I just wanted to get that out of the way so I don't forget. What are we talking about? My Little Pony? Why are we talking about My Little Pony? Yes, exactly as Cinna said. Yes, Cinna is one of our mods. And I'm like, Discord is extremely confusing. It was extreme. I had no idea what I was doing. That bless my mods, they helped me so much. I learned by doing and by them helping me. So it's super confusing. It's pretty, like ours is pretty. It's nothing like super fancy, but it's nice. It gets the job done. We all have a lot of different channels where you can talk about different gods, different things, and all that. It's a good, you know. Yes, and Caitlin put the roles. So yeah, we have roles where you can pick your pronouns and also what gods you worship. Yes, and Liz is one too. My mods. My one, Caitlin's mod. All my wonderful mods. which honestly could not have done it without them. Yes, if you want to download Discord just so you can hang out with us. It's, again, we have a lot of fun there. It's a really good group. Everyone's super nice. We even have like a little separate section where people can just hang out, share memes. We have a meme channel where people just share memes. We have a rant channel where people can just rant about whatever they want to, and we also have a positivity channel where people can just, share positivity. It's very nice. I enjoy it. So yeah, just send me a message, whatever. I'll get to you guys like probably after the stream and everything. I'll send you all the invite code. But yeah. Oh, thank you, Kaden. Oh, I do feel honored. But yeah, on Tumblr and everything, just make sure you're not commenting, that you're just sending me a direct message. Because like I said, we operate under Fight Club rules. We don't talk about it. we want to try and keep it a little small. All right. Good. Now that that's out of the way. Yeah, wherever you want to message me. I said Twitter, Insta, Tumblr. Whatever works for you. Send me that DM and you will get I'll invite everyone sometime today. So you can come hang out. How's life? Life is it's all right. I can't complain. I can't, It is what it is. Aw, Demon Days, you're so sweet. Thank you. Oh, I love you all. You guys are wonderful. Yeah, but how's life for you guys? Is it good? I hope so. I'm just trying to get my stuff together, Aw, thanks, Liz. Thanks, Anna. I love you guys. Aw. See, how can life be bad? When I'm sad, I just think of, all the wonderful things people say about me and to me, and I can't be sad anymore. It's so sweet. I've been getting a lot of asks on Tumblr lately, just really beautiful, beautiful things, people telling me just how much I've helped them, and with connecting to the gods and just dealing with a lot of their own stuff, and it like I get so emotional because it means so much to me, like when we were talking about ethics and values and the things that matter to you. For me, it really does. Feeling like I did good in the world really is ultimately what it comes down to. I have this desire to help people. That's just really all I want to do. If I know I made a difference, even in just some people's lives, to me that was I did better than how the world was, and I feel like I did something. So for me, it helps me a lot knowing, like, when people say things to me, when they say really wonderful things, or they share their stories with me and they say, you helped this, you did this, like, it really means a lot to me, because I have my own struggles. I have my own issues with self-doubt. I have my own internal battles, and so hearing those things just remind me and pulls me out of myself to know, no, but you are doing good. You are doing, you're doing so much more than what some other people are doing. You are trying to make some kind of difference, even if it's not on a huge, big global scale. You all are real people, real human beings that are saying, you made some kind of difference in my life. And to me, that's so astounding, and that means so much to me. So we're getting emotional and deep, but thank you. Seriously, it really, really does. It really does, like, it does hit my heart. Like, I'm not one of those people that when I say, oh, thank you, that those aren't empty words. I just really want everyone to know that when I say it, it doesn't even matter how many times I hear it. It feels like the first time every time, because, you know, it just really does mean a lot to me, and it really does help me a lot too with everything that I go through and my own struggles and everything, to know that at least I know I'm doing good. You know, I'm helping people. I'm not having a negative impact on this world. I'm not, you know, it's not even neutral. I'm doing good. So, yay. That's me being, you're seeing the emotional Jessie. Oh, all the nice things you say. It's like really sweet too, because, like, not to get again more deep, but I think it relates to the topic of ethic and values. You know, religion, one of the big things about religion that I never really cared much about until you know, was community. You know, that was always a big thing in religion, is the feeling of community and being of service to your community and helping each other and supporting one another. And that's such a pinnacle of religion. And it was something that I never really thought of, because I tend to be, as much as I do love helping people, I've had things that happen in my life that makes me a little wary of people. So sometimes I tend to prefer to be by myself, because, you know, I feel like I'm not going to get hurt that way. So the idea of interacting with people was never really something I fully valued. And then really doing the work that I do and talking to everybody, and just feeling that sense of everybody just, you know, helping one another. It's so, I'm like, wow, you know, this really is a community that we can all rely on in some way. And it's made it where it's something I really value about this religion that I never thought I would before. You know, like the idea, everything for me in the beginning was about me and the gods. That was it. It was about that. And now it's so much more than that. For me, it really is about the community. When I talk, it's like, it's not just being of service to the God, it's being of service to the community. And that has become so part of my worship and my religion, is the community, and wanting to always try to do better and help more. And it's always such a beautiful thing watching everybody else do it too. You know, like people coming and rallying around me and being like, and to say really wonderful things about me, and but then also to rally around other people who maybe are struggling. Like I love on Tumblr when, you know, someone will send an ask, and then you have everybody else commenting about, oh, you'll be okay, or offering advice and doing this and that. And it's like, you know, trying to, you know, cheer someone up or tell them it's okay. And it's like, it's such a, to me, I'm like, see, this is amazing. Like, this is what makes part of what makes religion so special and so important, is the community aspect of it. And so it's kind of it's a little crazy for me, because it's so opposite of how I came into this religion, like my thought process, where I just was not really thinking about it. And now it's so important to me. Like, a lot of things that I do is about, how can I better help the community? What can we do to bring each other together more? You know, doing these live streams, having the Discord. I just keep wanting to create spaces where we can come together and we can talk about things and we can support one another. And that's become so incredibly important to me. So, and you guys are so incredibly important to me. And I want you guys to know that when I talk about community, I'm talking about all of you, you know, and this isn't just, I'm not just like just some random person on YouTube that's just blabbering to you. Like, I really, when I say I care, you know. I'm a New Yorker. What I say is what I mean. So I really do mean it. So yeah, that's that's the sappy part of the live stream. Sorry to get so emotional on you guys. Oh, well, hi Morgan. Tell her thank you. Oh my goodness. Oh, see, Tiny and Dangerous. See, I knew me and you had a connection because I'm a Cancer sun with a Pisces rising. So water fam right here. I know. I get so emotional. I hope I didn't get too like emotional on that on you guys. Yes, that is an Alistal in the background. Yes, I just it's full of stuffed animals because I'm forever 6. And then all of my Sailor Moon pop figures up there. Oh my god, no wonder. No, rose gold tunic. Why would we get along so well? Yeah, I have some. They're pretty much all like Disney stuffed animals because Disney owns my life. Oh, I love that. I sometimes I love just like sitting back and just watching other people just support each other. I'm just like, oh, this makes me so happy. So we need more of that in the world, you know? Oh, oh, she sounds so cute. Aw. Oh my goodness, I feel so like, oh, I got so emotional there. What? What? Yeah, I know. I don't understand all of the hate in the world. I don't get it. It's something that just doesn't, it's just not, I just don't understand it. I don't know why people have to be mean to one another. Because a lot of this stuff is just so trivial, you know? At the end of the day, just let people live. We'd all be so much happier if we just let people live. Because some of it just doesn't matter, you know? I it's just some like I just don't get it. So like all I can say is I don't understand. It doesn't that's why I try, you know? Try to put some good back in this world. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, Tiny and Dangerous. Yeah, they can't. You're right, Demon Days. They just sometimes they just can't. It's I've kind of really realized how rare certain qualities are, like self-awareness, of not being hypocritical. I was just having a conversation with my mom about all of this. I'm like, people are so hypocritical. Like they can't see that, you know, they'll complain about something, but then they do the exact same thing to someone else. Exactly, Seven Pumpkins, right. If you can't say anything nice, don't say anything at all. I just don't understand why people just feel the need to be mean. Because that's just not, it's just not me at all, you know? Like my first reaction with people is always to be, that's how I was raised, you know? Why, if no one's done anything to you, why are you gonna be a dick? Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, see, Kaden, you get it. You're an empath too. Yep. It makes like things are just so much. It's so much more intense when you're an empath. You just take on everything. Yeah. People definitely, I think a lot of it too is people have their own shit that they're carrying around with that they're not dealing with. Their own shadow. You know, a lot of people have their own things that they're dealing with, whether it be, you know, things that they're trying to hide, or they have pain and so now they're angry at other people and they're projecting that pain on someone else. There's so many reasons why people are horrible to other people. Ignorance. Some of it really is just hate. But, you know, hopefully we can get this douchebag either impeached or out of the not give him 4 more years. Oh, love you too. Good luck on your science test. Thanks for joining us. Oh, yeah, seriously. Exactly 7 pumpkins. Oh my God. I can't. People who are mean to those in the service industry or like in retail is just because I worked in retail. So it's like I used to get all I wanted to say, my line that I wanted to say to people is if this is the worst thing that happens to you today, you're having a damn good day. Like, if the fact that you couldn't return a book, or the fact that we didn't have something in stock, or for the fact that, you know, you couldn't use a coupon, if that is the worst thing that happened to you, your day is really damn good. Oh, thank you. Oh, I'm always so like I used to be so self-conscious about my voice. So when I started doing Tea with the Gods and everybody was like, your voice is so cute, or I love your voice, I was like, oh, thanks, because I was really self-conscious about it in the beginning. I was like, oh my God, they're not going to want to listen to me because I'm just, my voice is so obnoxious. Geek or nerd? Me, I'm a nerd. I'm definitely a nerd. I'm right, and I should say it. Yes. Oh, yeah. BNN rants. All of them. Oh, thank you. Oh, I'm glad that my voice is soothing. Oh, guys, you keep complimenting me. Oh. Seriously, thank you. It's so, it's always nice to. I'm glad that it can be soothing. And that at least it gives off good energies. Yes, it is compliment Jesse part 2. Demon Days, I understand because I'm like that too. Like I'm really, you know, I'm nice, whatever. But the second somebody like, you know, goes sideways on me, it's like that's why retail was so hard for me because I felt like I was just putting up with shit and I hated it because all I wanted to do was be like was to say sarcastic comments back because that's just how I am. I'm never the type to bite my tongue. It's not how I was raised. It's not who I am. Like I stand up for myself. I stand up for other people. Like that's just me. So I hated where I had to, you know, bite my tongue and smile like, oh, you want me to hit the manager for you? Yeah. I hate that. Oh, thank you, Kaden. That's sweet. Oh, kids actually were like one of my favorite parts about working in Barnes and Noble. Even when they were the ones running around causing mayhem, I blame the parents because the parents usually were just sitting there not doing anything. So I didn't blame the kids, but the kids always like cheered me up. Like I loved working in the children's department every once in a while because they would just come up to you and be like, look at this book I'm getting. Can I tell you about it? And I'd be like, yes, tell me about it. Like, and they would just be so excited. And I'd be like, oh my God. Ah, they were so cute. Oh, okay. That's what I thought when you mentioned BN. I was like, Demon Days, that has to be Frozen. Oh, now we're talking about Aries. Oh, Aries. I love Aries. You know, I don't really have too much experience with Aries as far as Aphrodite being like, other than, you know, Aphrodite being like, hey, you should hang out with my boyfriend because he's awesome. And I'm like, I know he's awesome, but he's too awesome. But I don't have too much experience with Aries, even though I really want to. Like I really want to work more with Aries. I kind of have like an obsession of him from afar. Like it's like senpai notice me. You know, like I love him cuz I just when you understand really who he is and not what media or not even mythology, because the mythology actually is the one that showcases that he's not a bad guy. He's just wonderful and he's so misunderstood, and I just feel very much like I want to help people realize how awesome he is. And I love his followers. Oh my God, have you met Aries followers? Some of you are, but have you met Aries followers? They're so amazing. I love, as I always say, they're the cool kids, and I wanna sit with them because they're just like him, where they have that fiery passion and they're like ready to like defend him to the end. They're like, you know, his bodyguards, and they're like ready to march into battle with him. I love Aries followers, and I just love Aries, and I definitely want to work with him more because he's the coolest. He's such a sweetheart, and I could probably use that very like that fire energy and that passion in my life right now. I feel like working with him and Apollo together would be really like an amazing way to get things done. Because then you have Apollo that's like giving you that tough love, like let's go, and then Aries is the one like with the battle cries that's getting like giving you those like intense speeches that they give before they go into battle, and you're like, yes. And you put the war paint on, like I am ready to make things happen. God, now I'm just thinking about Aries. I'm like, yes, I need to do something. I love him. Oh, that's amazing. I definitely could see your transition as being like a battle. I talk a lot about that in my podcast, the idea that for Aries, battles aren't it's not just about physical battles. You know, it's battles aren't fought just on the battlefield. You know, we have battles all the time, and a battle is a battle when you're fighting against something or you're fighting for something. Those are battles. And for Aries, they're all valid and they all count. I feel like I'm getting washed out. Okay, that's better. Yeah, Aries is all supporting all, like, we're all soldiers and warriors in Aries' eyes because we're all fighting. You know, life is a battle in itself. You know, we're all fighting. So to Aries, we're all warriors, and he just wants to help us continue on our mission. You got me all talking about Aries now. I'm gonna get so emotional. Well, thank you. There's a lot of people complimenting my Aries episode. I think it's one of the ones I'm the most proud of. That one, and I think I love the Hephaestus one, because I've had a lot of people tell me, "Oh, I think I'm going to start worshiping Hephaestus now." And I was like, "Yay! He needs it." No, we don't ever apologize about gushing about Aries, because Aries is the best. No, you're right, Cinna. That's not rude. He really is that one anime character that's just a lot. Yeah, that's the best way. Oh, thank you. Oh my god, Moo's meowing. I'm very proud of the Hephaestus episode, because I even learned a lot researching for it, and then just having people be like, "I learned so much," or "I think I'm gonna worship him now." I was like, "Oh my god, yay!" I know. Talking about all the babies. I know. This is always the problem when you talk about them, and then you're just like, "No, I need to do stuff with them." Moo, you're not going outside. Moo, come here. Come here. Come here. She wants to go outside. She can't go outside. But yeah, I love my Aries episode. I especially because Aries followers told me they liked it, and that's really what I wanted. I was like, hope you like it, Aries followers. But yeah, I'm thinking about doing more work with Aries specifically, and working on like shielding and protecting. Oh, thank you, 7 Pumpkins. Mo, 7 Pumpkins said they die for you. I don't know where she went. I think she's behind me. Anyway. Hephaestus is really underrated. He really, really is. I talked about it in the episode where I said like he kind of was you're distracting. Try to talk about Hephaestus. See, I lost my train of thought. Thank you, Moo. What was I saying? Oh my god. Oh, that he kind of was done a disservice because his associations worked for ancient Greece, but not. It doesn't really work that much for today. A lot of people don't do a lot of the trade stuff as much, even though now is the time to do it. But they don't really do that. And also the way mythology portrayed Hephaestus is sort of like, the butt of the joke, and the one who kind of got screwed over by, Aphrodite and Ares. And it's just like, he just was made to kind of be almost forgotten in the modern world. So it was kind of about reimagining him and reinterpreting his associations and using mythology in order to actually give him, like he's very relevant in today's world. And yeah, I was really proud of that episode, especially because it really kind of made me think more about bringing the gods into the modern world and being like, we can like use mythology and use other things that we know about them to make them more relevant to today. Find new associations that are relevant today. Oh my god. No. She's literally just looking at me like, what? Yeah. Hi, crystal butterflies. Oh, you could look. There she is. There she is. See, this is what I live with. Yeah, Senna, that's one of the things definitely about, when you feel like you've been abused or mistreated by your parents, that's definitely something that Hephaestus um, can be associated with, considering the mythology talks a lot about how Zeus and Hera were awful to him. And as we talked about in the last stream, yeeted him off of Mount Olympus. Yeah, you're right. 7 pumpkins, definitely. Factory workers who are often the backbone of how goods are manufactured, but are also often neglected and dismissed on a large societal scale. Yes. You're right. He definitely could. Yes, crystal butterflies, exactly. Crafty Jesus. Hephaestus is a god of determination and a hard worker. He's definitely a hard worker. Absolutely. One thing that I really associate him a lot with now is someone made the mention of it because we were talking him being the god of disabled people, and someone ended up talking about how they feel like he very much represents, their autism. And to me, my brother is autistic. So it was like my mind immediately went, yeah, especially because they talked about because he's really shown as being very, very, fixated and just focused on what he does. And that's, a lot of autistic people are very, they get very hyper focused on stuff. Like my brother is so like what the things that he loves, he's so good at. Because he just so hyper focused on it and everything. And to me, that so resonates with how Hephaestus is. So I feel like there's so many, he really can be brought into the modern world. Yeah, definitely. Struggle with low wage workers and also unionizing. Definitely Hephaestus can represent and be associated with things like that. So I love talking about it because so many people come up with so many different associations for him. And I think that's great because he really is an amazing, amazing God that has his own, he's got his own stuff going on and his own, like, we should, like, Apollo's great. We all love Apollo, but, like, let's give other gods some love, too, like Hephaestus and Demeter. Poor Demeter. No, I am with you, Crystal Butterflies. You should not be ashamed of being autistic. My brother is autistic, and he is my favorite person in the whole wide world. I love my brother. And I would not change him. I love him just the way that he is. That's Sean. My brother's name is Sean. That's Sean. That's what I always say. I'm like, that's Sean. That's how he is, and I love him for it. I'm happy we're giving Hephaestus some love. Oh my god, Moo. She's being so dramatic. She keeps looking out the windows because she's like, I want to go outside. And I'm like, no. Oh, now she's going in her bed. Good. Take a nap. I love you. uh, I just have a lot. Yeah, we all have. I know. It makes me happy that Hephaestus is getting so much love because, you know, he deserves it. There's so many emotions. I know. This is what happens, man. Yes. Well, yeah, Caden is. That's so nice. I used to work a low-wage job. I used to knock on the bricks by the entrance every time I enter work to like ask Hephaestus for help during the workday. I love that. How do you guys balance your perception of Hephaestus and Hera? Like, does anyone have UPG or opinion or ideas on where the myth starts and stops with their relationship? That's a good question. Well, the thing is there's a lot of because it's a lot of different versions of the mythology where Hera birthed him herself as a revenge to Zeus birthing Athena, but then there's also that he's Hera and Zeus's son. But I mean, for it's just like when yeah, I know we're doing 5 hours. Oh man, I should probably. Well, do I? Yeah, I should probably go soon though. So what was I saying? um, it's just like it's kind of like mythology, you know. The thing is those stories are from mythology, so we kind of don't know whether they're real or not. I kind of tend to not think. Wait. Yeah, I like what Seven Pumpkins said. Yeah, that's true. Just because bad things happen doesn't necessarily mean that a relationship is permanently irreparable. That's very true, Seven Pumpkins. Oh, wow. That's kind of amazing. We have like a family. Oh, God's bringing people together. um okay, yeah, back to Hephaestus and Hera. Um I guess a lot of it also depends on how you want to go about with the mythology. Like for me, I don't really see the mythology as completely accurate or true, um so that's kind of how. But yeah, I kind of if I was to see it that way, or if I'm thinking of it in a mythological sense, I do kind of feel like it is probably very like to similar to what Seven Pumpkins said, that it's one of those things where, especially because they're gods. So I mean, I think the bar of what is horrible is a lot. You know, it's very different than what we would consider horrible. I mean, throwing your kid off of Mount Olympus because you know you're disappointed in the way that they look and everything is awful. But I feel like in the realm of the gods, that's probably not as bad. So maybe it's just something that they were able to repair, or it's just one of like it seems like Hephaestus is one of those guys that just kind of hangs out in his Like, I definitely picture him as just always kind of being in his workshop or whatever, just focusing on what he does. And it's like, if anyone wants to see him, they gotta go visit him. Like, I always imagine Ares goes to visit him all the time and just rants about things, and Hephaestus gives him new weapons and shields and everything that he worked on and everything. That's kind of how I picture that. So I kind of wonder if they even would have a relationship, or if it's just one of those things where he kind of stays away from her, she stays away from him, kind of thing. Which, honestly, that mimics a lot of relationships that I've seen in my own family with children and parents, where they kind of, like, they don't really, they deal with each other when they have to, but other than that, they just don't. So I think it could be like that. Aries and Hephaestus get ideas for a comedy. Yeah, right. I love the two of them together. Like, I imagine them having like a fantastic brother relationship. That's always because they understand each other, because they went through it the same thing, because both of them in mythology are seen as disappointments to their parents. Hephaestus was a disappointment to Hera because he was, he didn't look the way that she wanted him to look. And Ares was a disappointment to Zeus because, he's not Athena. So he's the opposite of Athena. So they both get each other. They both are the disappointments to their parents. So I feel like they get each other and they understand each other and they're there for each other. Like, Ares supports Hephaestus, Hephaestus supports Ares. It's beautiful. Can you imagine? Oh my God, it's beautiful. He probably gets so emotional about it. He's probably so happy too. He's like, my brother made this for me. He's the best. He goes back and tells Aphrodite. He's like, look what Hephaestus made for me. I can't wait to kill someone with it. All right, guys. I definitely should end this now because I have to go to my friend's house. And yeah, I think we're over 5 hours. I think that's good. All right, so thank you for hanging out with me. I very much appreciate it. I absolutely loved it. Thank you for showering me with compliments and everything. And remember, if you want to join the Discord, just send me a message on any of my social medias, which is Tumblr and Instagram. I am the Pastel Priestess, and Twitter, Tea with the Gods. Just send me a direct message, no comments or no non-asks or anything like that, because we operate under Fight Club rules, so we're trying to keep it a little hush-hush. But so for those of you that do have messaged me, don't worry, I will send you links sometime tonight, okay? Yes, you will all get links tonight, I promise, so you can join and have fun and all that. So I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful weekend. I love you all so much. Thank you again for hanging out with me and talking with me and having these great discussions and everything. I love hearing from you all and answering all your questions and seeing how you guys do stuff. Yeah, the Apollo episode of Tea with the Gods should be coming out very soon, so look out for that. And I'm going to start scheduling the next live streams and everything for October. All right, guys. Love you all so much. Bye.